Yes, karibu sana, karibu sana. This is Africa 24, and today being a Sunday, we will be discussing several topics. We'll be wanting to know if Raila Odinga is contemplating to join Gachagua team. I will be checking what has been happening during today services in different churches where our politicians went for service. Gachagua was in Machakos. He has gone outside Mount Kenya. So if you want to join us, I am going to put the link on the comment section, and you're most welcome to join us to participate in today's show. I am sure we're gonna have a beautiful show like the one we had yesterday. So I have dropped the link on the comment section. Thank you so much, those that are joining, so that we can discuss. And the topic today is Raila Odinga planning to join Gachagua team. You had Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi said that Raila Odinga deceived them to chase away Gachagua. Then after that, he went and joined, he sent Sifuna and Babu Owino to go and make a deal with Gachagua in Wamunyoro. That is one of the topics that we shall be discussing. We would like to know whether it is true that Raila Odinga actually deceived William Ruto to chase away Gachagua, and right now he is planning to make a deal with Gachagua. Somebody is making a lot of noise here. Just a minute. Yeah, those are some of the things we shall be discussing. We also want to know whether the deal has been sealed. A coalition has been sealed between Gachagua and Kalonzo Musyoka. Gachagua today declared that there is no way they are going to separate with Kalonzo Musyoka, and he termed the Kaba people as the cousins to the Agikoyo. And he said the coalition between the Kikuyu, which they are saying Gema community, will be in a position to form the government together with other people. But he said what is very important right now is for them to have unity between the Kikuyu community and the Kaba community, and then they will invite the others to join the coalition that they are planning to make. That is one of the things we shall be discussing. We want to know whether there is a possibility that Kalonzo Musyoka can join government, or he can decide to go and work with Raila Odinga. We'll be also wanting to know if Raila Odinga will be in the ballot in 2027. We want to know what you are saying about those things that I'm touching on. If you want us to know what is in your mind, just feel free to put it down on the comment section. I'll read it to the people because it is very important that we know what you are thinking. It is very, very important. And Gachagua also today said the government is giving money to people as a way of trying to bribe people so that they may remain supporting the government. We want to know whether that is true, that the government is dishing out a lot of money for people to support the government. Has the government of William Ruto become so unpopular that right now Gachagua is saying they have opened a hotel? Gachagua is calling it a hotel when he told people to continue eating money from William Ruto, saying it is their money and it is their right to eat that money, but the time for closing down the hotel is coming. We will also want to discuss about SHA. There has been a very serious problem, and people are saying SHA is not working. We'll be wanting to know from you, what do you think? Is SHA working? When you go to the hospital, is it operating? Is the government paying for you? We want to know about that. We'll also be talking about the affordable housing. You know, the government is building houses, and even now, Kenyans are in confusion. Kenyans don't know what is this all about, because the houses are being built in government land. How then will they be in a position to own these houses that have been built in government land? Number two, the developers, because there are some developers that we don't know, are building these houses in the government land. Are they buying this land? Are they building on the government land, or what is the agreement between the government and the developers? And then initially, people were told that the deductions that are being made for the housing levy, it was for them to eventually own a house. But right now, the position has changed, that though the deductions are being made, at the end of the day, those deductions will not help you as a Kenyan to own a house. You have to buy those houses when they are completed. So there's a lot of ambiguity, so many things that people are not understanding about the housing. We would like to know what do you have in mind, because during campaign, they said that people will be deducted some money so that they can own houses. But right now they have said the money that is being deducted from the civil servants, those are just taxes. So if you want a house, you have to start square one. You pay money to own that house. We want to know how you feel about that, and we will really appreciate. You can join the show in Africa 24. We don't lean on any political party. I might have my favorable candidate, but that does not mean that I won't give you a chance to say what you have in mind. So in Africa 24, we allow people to discuss what they have in mind without fear or favor. It doesn't matter the party that you belong in. We just come here to enlighten each other, and that is the right way to go. We'll also go outside Kenya to try to know what is happening in southern Sudan, what is happening in Congo. Yesterday, we touched a little bit on it, that it seems the government of Kenya, let me not even say the government of Kenya, it seems that our president has developed interest in Congo. And there has been allegations that he has been meeting those labels. And some people are saying he's having personal interest, especially for the gold. We want to know, what do you know, or what do you think about that? That the rebels can come, the people who are fighting the government of Congo, the M23, their leaders can come here in Kenya and have a meeting with the president without the blessings of the government of Congo. That the rebels from Sudan can come to Kenya and have a meeting. What is really happening? What do you think about that? Is our president interfering with the sovereignty of other governments? We want to hear what you have to say about that, because it is very, very important. So just feel free. I have put the link on the comment section for you to join, so that we can have a beautiful, beautiful discussion. And I'm expecting to have some panelists who will be joining us shortly. I'm expecting to have Zarendo here. I'm expecting to have Boniface here with us, and many, many other panelists together with us. Let me just send the link to them so that we can proceed with that discussion. I want to know what you have in mind on the things I have touched on. I want to see people on the comment section. I want to know from you, do you think the deal has been sealed between Kalonzo Musyoka and Gachagua? And yes. We are proceeding. And I want to hear what you have in mind. Thank you so much, those that are watching. Today, Rigathi Gachagua was in Machakos. And when he was there, he said there is no way they are going to separate with Kalonzo Musyoka. Yesterday, some people were saying that some of the leaders from Ukabani are not comfortable with the coalition between Rigathi Gachagua and Kalonzo Musyoka. And they were saying that they are not trusting the Kikuyus, that the Kikuyus are going to betray, they are going to deceive Kalonzo Musyoka not to join the government. Then after that, they will refuse to support him. What do you think about that? That the Kikuyus are people who cannot be trusted. Do you think that this Kikuyu community can support Kalonzo Musyoka? They are going to vote for him as the president of Kenya, or they will ask Kalonzo Musyoka to support one of them and maybe be given a position for the deputy president or any other position. What do you think? Is there a possibility that Kalonzo Musyoka will be a candidate for Mount Kenya, as it has been stipulated by some leaders? And we also need to ask ourselves, what if Raila Odinga joins their coalition? Can Raila Odinga deputize Kalonzo Musyoka? Or what kind of a coalition can they make? Because there has been allegations that Raila Odinga is planning to join Gachagua's team. I want to hear from you. I want to see from the comment section, what do you think? Is there a possibility that Raila Odinga is on his way to Amunyoro to seal a deal with Gachagua so that they may send William Ruto home? You know, when Raila Odinga went to Mombasa, people were expecting that he was going to declare his position. He was going to declare that he is supporting William Ruto because William Ruto supported him to become the AU chair. So people were expecting that Raila Odinga was going to reciprocate, and therefore they waited for him to make a declaration that from now on he'll be supporting the government, that from now on they'll be working with William Ruto. Some of his allies have been insisting and asking him to support William Ruto, but he has remained quiet. We waited for him to announce that in Kisumu, in Nyanza, of which he did not. He said he will give direction. So does it mean he is afraid of declaring his position or his support to the government? Or is he in a crossroad? Is he contemplating whether to join William Ruto or to join Gachagua's team? You as a supporter of Raila Odinga or as a supporter of Ruto or Gachagua or Kalonzo Musyoka, what is your take? Should Raila Odinga join the government or should he join the coalition, the new coalition that is being formed by Gachagua and Kalonzo Musyoka? Where do you think he should go? And remember, our leaders listen to these discussions. So you might say something here which they might consider. So you can give your advice. Where do you want Raila Odinga to go? Because right now he is not very sure. The government, to a larger extent, it has become so unpopular because some of the activities that has happened under the Kenya Kwanza regime. We had the Gen Z's movement, and that movement was hammered. It was crushed. We lost some young people. Abductions happened. After that, we had the online campaign which was ongoing, whereby the young people were criticizing the government because of incompetence and misconduct and failure to fulfill promises. And you saw how the government crushed those young people. Some of them disappeared and disappeared forever. Some of them were abducted. And there were so many things that were promised to the Kenyans during the campaign of Kenya Kwanza. And the researchers are saying out of 100%, only 14% has been fulfilled. And right now, it is more than 2.5 years for the Kenya Kwanza to be in government. Do you think the remaining part of 2 years, they will be in a position to fulfill the other 86%? Because the researchers are saying this government has failed to fulfill the promises that they made to Kenyans. And this might be one of the reasons why Raila Odinga is very careful of declaring that I am going to support William Ruto. William Ruto and his government, maybe I'm wrong, I think they have become so unpopular. And therefore, anybody of the caliber of Baba might think twice. Should I join this guy who has become so unpopular, who has lost his political basis? You can imagine Central Kenya voted around 80% in favor of William Ruto. Right now, if elections are to be held today, he might get around 10%. So you can imagine that is how unpopular he has become. He underestimated his former deputy. And this former deputy has become so ruthless when it comes to criticizing the government. And he is so fearless. And he is able to face the president and to answer back to the president. A thing that many of the politicians are not able to do. The only person who used to do that was Raila Odinga. Now Raila Odinga is quiet because of the good things that William Ruto has tried to do to him. And therefore, he has left the opposition to Gachagua. And every day Gachagua is becoming popular, which is against the thinking of many people. Nobody thought that Gachagua can become that popular. Remember, this was a one-term member of parliament. So people had not even known him well. Within no time, he rose to the position of the deputy president. So he was fighting so back to be seen as the kingpin of Mount Kenya. And right now, he has become a kingpin because majority of Mount Kenya people are following Gachagua. And whoever he will direct them to support, I believe, based on how the crowd is going, they are going to support that person. So I don't know whether it is true, but I have read on the social media that Oscar Sudi was complaining that Raila Odinga deceived us to chase away Gachagua. I want to know what you are thinking, our listener. Do you think Raila Odinga had a hand in chasing away of Gachagua? Because Oscar Sudi said Raila Odinga deceived us to chase away Gachagua. Then after that, he sent Sifuna and Babu Owino to go to Wamunyoro and make a deal with Gachagua. So after chasing away Gachagua from the government, that right now he's planning to work with him. What is your take? Let me know what you are saying in the comment section. Somebody, Mutebei TV, Mutebei say, propaganda. Sudi has not spoken, Mkuu. I want to know whether that is propaganda or it is a hypothesis that we can contemplate of discussing. Is there a possibility? That is what my good friend is saying there. Mzalendo, you are most welcome. You are most welcome. There have been rumors that the former Prime Minister influenced the government of William Ruto to chase away Gachagua. And right now, The allegation is that what Sifuna and Babu Owino are doing, they have the blessings of Baba. That Baba is planning to join Gachagua. What is your take? Is it just propaganda, or is there a possibility that Raila Odinga can join the Wamunyoro Brigade? You are most welcome, Zarendo.
Thank you very much, and once again, good evening, wherever you are. Now, the reality of the matter is that there is a con game going on in Kenyan politics, where politicians want everything for themselves. Now, I will not rule out anything. Remember, there was a time here in Africa when we used to say that Baba will not have any form of handshake with William Ruto and his supporters, people like Mtembei there were saying that, it can never happen over my dead body, or when it happens, I will quit the party. But right now, we are seeing a lot of things happening in politics that are beyond our control. I am not in a position to talk on behalf of Raila Odinga, but I'll talk on behalf of the people of Kenya, what they really want. Now, the people of Kenya want a country that is governed by the rule of law and and has got justice in its system. And that is what people want. They want good governance and justice and freedom of association and expression. If indeed Gachagua, if indeed Baba talked to William Ruto to push out Gachagua, you remember it could be, I think there's been a lot of animosity towards Gachagua because of his stance. Some of Gachagua's stance might be very unpopular, but I can tell you, if you look at them critically, they are very, very important for his political survival, because a politician depends on support. So Gachagua is one person who went into a coalition with William Ruto without any political movement, and believed that William Ruto is indeed an honest man and would keep his word. So he didn't. They were Christian, and they were being seen in churches and all that. But a lot has happened. Human beings, you cannot be trusted. That's why human beings are being controlled by the nuclear weapon, by the atomic bomb, by the machine gun. These guys are crazy. You don't know what happened. They can change their mind. They are not like animals. In fact, I say that animals are more disciplined than human beings. So some of these things that you see are happening in our Kenyan politics is the dishonesty. And I've told you, Mburu, time and again, what you are going to witness in Kenya politics is this card that William Ruto has not played. It is called the Joker card, the Joker political card. I will not be surprised. I will not be surprised if William Ruto reunites with Gachagua. I will not be surprised even 1 minute. I will not be surprised if the Kikuyu community starts supporting William Ruto. I will not be surprised by that, because politics is about interest. And what is the interest of William Ruto right now? The interest of William Ruto is working with a reliable partner who can deliver the votes. The votes of Mount Kenya is approximately 5 million. Who on earth leaves that kind of coalition to go to a gamble or where he is going to get 2 or 3 million? And there will be a lot of voter apathy, especially if the candidate of one Raila Odinga's caliber is not in the ballot. So there is a lot that is at stake here. And you can see the conversation that is shifting goals and blackmail. So Raila Odinga right now, according to me, is blackmailing William Ruto, and he is doing it this way in a very, very tricky manner. All of a sudden, Raila Odinga is now saying that, you know what? We need the victims of post-election of police brutality and violence be compensated. We need that. Without that compensation, we are not moving forward with this. He's saying that in his work of his head. And what is that? That is a hook and a bait for William Ruto. Either take it or leave it. All right. And now look at the other betrayal on this other side. This is one Kalonzo who has been with Raila Odinga for how many elections now? 2, sacrificing positions that, I will support this man. Then all of
Zarendo,
yes.
Just a minute. Huh?
Yes.
Yesterday I said that I think this is a Baba's movement. The reason why I was saying that is because basing on the age of Baba, most of the politicians would like to support him because there will be an opportunity to say that even if he takes power, he will not want to extend his term of office like William Ruto is trying to do. So Kalonzo Musyoka has been wanting Raila Odinga to become the president for the longest time. And Kalonzo Musyoka has been working with Raila Odinga many times. And therefore, it will not be so hard even for now for Kalonzo Musyoka to say, I can support Raila Odinga to become the president. When you come to the Kikuyu side, we don't have a strong presidential candidate, basing on the fact that Gachagua may not be running because of the impeachment that is there. So Gachagua may say, yes, what I don't want is this man who showed some disrespect to my community and to myself. Therefore, I can also support Raila Odinga to become the president. So with the support of Gachagua and the support of Kalonzo, which is not very hard to convince Kalonzo to support him, I think Baba and his support, he has the support, is likely to become the president of Kenya. I am one of those people who are saying, let him contest in 2027. Let him convince Gachagua, because as you have said that you won't be surprised if things change. In politics, there is no permanent friend, neither is there permanent enemy. So it is not very hard for Baba to be supported by Central Kenya. That is why I said this, I feel it is Baba's moment where Central Kenya is desperate, or they are desperately wanting to kick out the government of William Ruto. Yet they don't have a candidate. Kalonzo Musyoka can deputize Baba and then Central Kenya support. So I just want you to tell us, what if Raila Odinga is supported by Gachagua and Kalonzo and joins that coalition? What would happen to the government of William Ruto? Because right now William Ruto is banking on the popularity of Baba. Somebody said that Baba is the government right now. Mzarelo.
Yeah, Raila Odinga has got 9 lives like a cat. You don't know where he's going to metamorphosize to become what he wants to become. But let me just say that it is unlikely, but not impossible, for Gachagua and Raila to have been on the opposite sides of Kenyan politics for so many years, especially the Kikuyu community.
Yes.
Gachagua positions himself as a defender of Mount Kenya interests, yes. And not the interest of the people of Kenya. He positions himself as having interest of the Mount Kenya people. Raila Odinga is viewed by Mount Kenyan people as an outsider in Mount Kenya. Is he as welcome to Mount Kenya as Kalonzo? I don't think so. The answer is no. Is he as welcome?
Yeah, before you proceed, Mzarenda, I want to remind you something. Yeah. That right now, most of the Mount Kenya people are saying that I wish I knew. We wish we knew. We would have listened to Uhuru Kenyatta, who said that William Ruto is not a good guy, and he proposed that we should support Raila Odinga. Therefore, don't you think people, if Uhuru Kenyatta comes and tells the people of Central Kenya, you see, I told you, this guy is not good, let us support Raila Odinga. This time around, don't you think we can listen to Uhuru and Gachagua?
one thing you have to know that you just like the economy or the dollar sometimes appreciates and depreciates. Yeah. Raila Odinga and the ODM parties are depreciating currency. It's no longer as popular as people might think. What is popular at the moment is the people.
Yes.
Is a change that is driven by the people. What I view in the political class is betrayal and lies of the people. So the betrayal and the lies keep on happening in our politics, and you see it very, very clearly that
Yes.
people don't trust Raila Odinga the way they used to trust him as a defender of the people. That one is
Yes.
gone. Is no longer on the side of the people of Kenya. And that is how they look at him. No matter how much he tries to come back, then that is how we look at him in the eyes of deceit. All right. Now, for Gachagua, he is also seen as a Mount Kenya leader defending the rights of the Mount Kenyan people. And now, for these two antagonists to come together and work, it will need a lot of, they have a lot of baggage that they carry along them. One, they treat each other with a lot of suspicion. Secondly, the other one is not popular in Central, and that is Raila Odinga. And it has been tested and proved that the Central people cannot vote for Raila. So for you to say that, Mount Kenyan people don't have a candidate and they feel that Raila Odinga, they can give him even one term just to remove William Ruto, then we are listen, we are missing the point. The point here is good governance, accountability, and a good country ruled by the rule of law. And that is what we want. We don't want just a president or somebody to remove William Ruto. We want somebody who can bring development to the country. We don't just want anybody.
But Mzalendo, remember we have never tested what one Raila Odinga can do. He has never become the president of Kenya, and he has really fought to become the president of Kenya. Why can't we say, for the benefit, we give him the benefit of doubt, and we say, maybe this man has been wanting to do things different.
I think Raila has been in all these governments consistently, and even right now is in government, and some of the policies being implemented by William Ruto are indeed guided by one Raila Odinga, as his shadowing president. But you see, he has also been in Kibaki's government as a prime minister. His people are in government right now. He chose his best people to be in government. Then we should see some of the policies that are being implemented by the people from ODM who are now in government and are working with William Ruto, and they can implement some of the things that he wants. Remember, these are friends who are very, very close to either politically, and both they are both political friends, and they know what is best for the country. There is nothing that they didn't.
Hold on there.
Yes.
Hold on there, Mzalendo. Let me welcome Jad Joram Wangera. I want to welcome you, introduce yourself, and then you contribute to the topic which we are discussing today, Raila Odinga plan to join Gachagua's team. Do you think that would be a good move, or what is your take? For me, I was saying, I think it is Baba's moment. Central Kenya would like to support Baba, at least one. And we don't have a strong candidate, or maybe because even the one we have, Gachagua, is having an impeachment. We don't know how he's going to navigate that. Kalonzo Musyoka has been wanting Raila Odinga to become the president of Kenya. He can continue supporting him. Should Raila Odinga abandon William Ruto and join Gachagua, or what do you think, Mr. Wangira?
Thank you very much, Jeff. Good evening, Mzalendo.
Good evening.
You know, long time ago, many years, I sat in an economics class and we were taught something called diminishing returns. If you have done economics, you remember when that graph goes up, then it reaches a point where it can no longer continue, then it starts going down. Irrespective of whatever you do, it continues going down. That's what we call diminishing return. I tend to think that Raila Odinga has attained his diminishing return. How much he does, he has just attained his diminishing return. And where I stand today, I don't think that Raila Odinga wields that influence that perhaps he even wielded in 2022.
Yes.
I don't. It doesn't wield the influence that he even wielded in 2022. That where I stand, I don't see him wielding the same influence that he wielded in 2022. That tells you that his support as a politician has gone down. And there are various factors that have contributed to Raila Odinga, attaining diminishing return. One thing is, in politics, you must also learn to be consistent. And Raila Odinga has come out to be one of the most inconsistent politicians. And, a politician that, if you were to throw a few grains to him, then he forgets where he came from. And, that has become a big disadvantage for Raila Odinga. We saw, Uhuru Kenyatta throwing small grains to him and, he forgot where he came from. And, just a few months ago, William Samoei Ruto applied the same concept to Raila Odinga by throwing a few grains to him in the form of, sponsoring him to run for the African Union Commission position. And, you saw how he reacted. Yeah. So, where Raila now stands, his ground is very, very shaky. And, I'm among those people who are convinced that, Raila Odinga is not in a position to even contribute for the victory of William Samoei Ruto come 2027. I'm not saying that William Samoei Ruto cannot win. He can win using his other ways. We are in Africa and people steal elections. But, if you was to depend entirely on Raila Odinga, then you lose the 2027 general election because there are many dynamics. For example, Muzalendo was saying that, Mount Kenya has never voted for Raila Odinga. I want to dispute that particular fact by giving the figures for the elections in 2022, where 1.3 million people from Mount Kenya voted for Raila Odinga. That is a considerable big number compared to 50,000 that he used to get, 100,000 that he used to get previously. So that means that, in 2022, people were now buying into him. And that's why 1.3 million people from Mount Kenya came out to vote for Raila Odinga. That's a considerable big number. And, I thought that, he was going to I know, if he was a clever politician, he could have noticed that, for the first time, these people are appreciating me. What do I do for them to appreciate me more? But politically, Raila Odinga missed. And there are 2 or 3 areas in which Raila Odinga missed in. The first area Raila Odinga missed in was by joining a battle that was not his. For example, for what benefit was Raila Odinga fronting, members of the ODM party to impeach Rigathi Gachagua? Of what benefit was it for Raila Odinga or for the ODM party? That was joining a battle that was not his. Secondly,
Yes.
Raila Odinga to have bought into this scheme of, going to vie for the African Union Commission chairmanship, that was another mistake. I was among those people. I used to be Raila Odinga's strong supporter until sometime in July last year, when I decided to take my own my another direction. And I was among those people who argued it, and I said Raila Odinga should concentrate towards rebuilding himself for 2027 than running for a position that was inconsequential, where I stood. But he didn't listen. Look at what it has done. It has left Raila Odinga as
Yes.
So today, where we stand, there's a considerable number of Kenyans who are seeing Raila Odinga as a betrayer, who are seeing Raila Odinga as a political conman, who are seeing Raila Odinga as a political entrepreneur. And those perceptions are not very good perceptions for Raila Odinga, because they're eating into his support. For example, the people of Ukambani who have supported Raila Odinga.
Mr. Joram, hold there just a little bit. Mzalendo, there are some people who are saying Raila Odinga is very old to contest in 2027. But I want to remind you that Joe Biden became the president of the United States when he was older than Raila Odinga. Actually, he was looking unstable than Raila Odinga. The other thing, Muzarendo, you have said that Raila Odinga has been in all these governments, and we can't see exactly the policies that he has implemented. But I want to remind you that one Emilio Mwai Kibaki was the deputy, not deputy, but vice president of Daniel Arap Moi. And when he was the deputy, the government of Moi was doing badly. But when he became the president, he did the best. He became the best president that Kenya has ever had. What is your take? What do you say about that, Mzarendo, before we go back to Joe?
Now, let me just start with your last point. Like Emilio Mwai Kibaki was the best president that Kenya ever had. Now, in some areas he did very well, but
Yes.
in some areas, let's give Raila Odinga credit in the issues of in the area of infrastructure. Raila, as the prime minister, helped Kibaki achieve what he wanted to achieve. Now, on the area of education, Kibaki is known to have brought free primary education. That is something that he should be given his flowers, for doing that.
Yes.
Now, one area that I differ sharply with people who support Emilio Mwai Kibaki, may his soul rest in peace, is that he is one person who perpetrated tribalism in this country. He fueled tribalism to where we are at the moment. I did realize that Raila Odinga had helped him to become the president at that particular time. He would have just worked with Raila, finished his term, and allowed Raila to contest, and allowed his people to, as a gentleman, this is somebody who supported me. Let us support Raila Odinga. Because of his struggles, and we struggled very hard to remove the government of one Daniel Arap Moi. So let Raila be the president. But you see, Kibaki, I don't blame him very much, because not so many people know that Kibaki was mentally incapacitated during his presidency. He had got some moments, good moments, and some bad moments when he couldn't think upright. But you see, the people around Kibaki, who are generally from his region, Mount Kenya region, are the ones who are making the rules that particular time. So
Yes.
that's where we are at this particular moment. And Raila Odinga knows that so well. Raila Odinga knows that so well. People who sat in the cabinet know that so well. These are secrets, or they're
But
called
Mzalendo, as you proceed, you have said that Raila Odinga helped Kibaki, especially on the side of infrastructure, and yet he was not actually the president. And that is exactly my point. Raila, yes, I agree. Raila Odinga has been in almost all these governments, but not as the president, in other capacities. What if we give him now a chance as the president? Don't you think he can do wonders?
No, why I say Raila Odinga is more of a political agitator, you know, than a developer. So I look at him in that manner. He is more of a politician than this kind of. He cannot mix the issues of development and politics together. And run so well with Raila. Look at his counties, the places where he has got strong support. You've never seen that, you know, okay, I have got these governors who are receiving funds from the national government. Let them now align by the policies of my political movement so that we can bring development to the people. Even if we are not in power, let our people enjoy, you know, clean water. Let our people at the county government enjoy good policies that are implemented by our MCA, by our county governments. So we have not seen that kind of leadership in him. He is an hands-off kind of leader compared to William Ruto, who is hands-on but is doing all the wrong things, you know. But he's not hands-on to understand or to know what is happening in his own backyard. So at this particular moment in time, people would have seen, yes, you see, the ODM governors are doing a wonderful job. Why can't we give these people a chance? And, you know, they're having these constant consultative meetings to develop their regions. And their regions are so developed because of the organization of the party. So it is not rocket science, Mr. Mburu. And remember, these political parties also have got a fund that they are given by the taxpayers, you and me, of almost 300 million that they receive from the taxpayers. What do they do with this money? What do they do with this money? Does it go to any kind of development or education to the voter, or to create some kind of awareness to the general public on what should be, what we should see in a democracy? So there's a lot of gaps in Raila Odinga when it comes to development and handling his members.
Just a minute. So, Mr. Joram, what is your take on that? Don't you think we should give Raila Odinga an opportunity to become the president of Kenya and implement what he has been wanting to implement in this nation? He has been there in other capacities, but not as the president. What is your take, Mr. Joram? You are muted.
Can you repeat your can you repeat your question again?
My question
can you repeat your question?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, I'm saying this. Raila Odinga has been wanting to become the president of Kenya. And Mzalendo said he has been in all these governments, but he has not been able to implement what he has been wanting to implement. And I was thinking it is the high time we give him an opportunity to become the president of Kenya, because I think he can perform better than when he is in those other positions. What is your take on that?
You know, I am among those people who have today bought into that school of thought that says that, you know, Raila Odinga has never wanted to become president of the Republic of Kenya. And perhaps, you know, is into politics as an enterprise. Secondly, you know, I don't think that Raila Odinga, where he has reached age-wise, you know, he has much to offer. towards Kenya, because
Yes.
the generation, Kenya is about the future, while Raila Odinga is still stuck in the past. In fact, it's argued that one of the reasons why you could have lost, the African Union Commission chairperson was because, Raila Odinga was talking much about the history, but he was not giving solutions on what he was going to do about the future. So, Raila, to those people who know him, they'll know him as a guy who knows we're so good at the Kenyan history. But, I've not seen him coming out strongly to tell us, what he can offer for the future. And when I talk about the future, I'm also getting out of that bracket of the future because I'm over 50 years today. And I could be perhaps in the same, group just like Raila. So, when I talk about the future is of people who are 40 years and below. Those are the people who own the future for this country. Does Raila Odinga have anything to offer for the people of Kenya who are 40 years and below? Where I stand, I say no. And the way things stand and the way the world, is changing, rapidly. The world is changing so rapidly. Today it's this, tomorrow is that, I don't think that, Raila Odinga will be in a position to catch up with the way, the world is running. So where I stand, the best time for Raila Odinga to have been the president of the Republic of Kenya was in 2007. That was the best. That was the best time.
But most people say in 2007 he had won and his victory was taken away. What is your take? Do you believe that that position?
I agree with many people who say that in 2007 he won and his victory was taken away. I agree with him. And, that's why, Kibaki gave in and allowed Raila Odinga to become his prime minister. The reason why Kibaki gave him in was that he knew that he had stolen Raila Odinga's victory. And that was the best time that Raila Odinga could have served as president of the Republic of Kenya. So, that moment for Raila Odinga to serve as president of the Republic of Kenya is gone. Today, Raila Odinga cannot be an effective president of the Republic. We need a much younger person, to lead this country. And that younger person is not Raila Odinga.
Wow. Wow. Our viewers, this is Africa 24. If you want to join us, the link is on the comment section. And remember to subscribe to Africa 24. We are taking a minute break and then we're going to be back. Yes, we are back. Now, Mzalendo, I want us to go to another topic.
Yeah.
Is this paradox about the affordable housing. Many Kenyans are seeing houses are being built, but there are so many questions than answers. There is a lot of opaqueness. People don't know how they can own these houses. Those who are in the civil servants were being told that the taxations or the money that is being deducted from their salaries were for them to eventually own a house. But now the story has changed. They are saying that those are taxes just like any other. If you want to own a house, you have to pay for the house afresh. So whatever you have paid, it won't count. That is what I understood from the cabinet secretary. The other question that I'm having in mind, these houses are being built in public lands. How can a house that is built in a government land be owned by private individuals? Even the developers who are developing these houses, we don't know what is the arrangement. Are they buying the land and then develop, or what do you think, Mr. Mzalendo?
What I think about the issue of affordable housing is that one, I think it was a very noble idea, and most of the countries that you see, even in developed countries, they look
Yes.
forward to build houses uh, for the low income community within the country. So this was a good idea. It was informed by a lot of research. It is not something that William Ruto just woke up and decided to build affordable housing. This is something that has been conducted by Habitat and all those groups to come up with the number or the ratios of the number of houses that Kenya needs to have.
Yes.
So it started with the Kibaki's government. You saw Raila being in charge of the Nyayo high-rise houses in Kibra, which are again had got some teething problems. But again, the locals ended up owning most of the houses. Now, this one for William Ruto, there is a lot of politics going on in these houses. But one thing I say that it is a good thing. It is a very, very good thing. But the haste in trying to implement this program is where there is a problem. Because one, remember the politician, these houses, they come with a lot of business. You have to know that a lot of contracts are going into these houses. And the reason why taxpayers were told to pay the houses, because traditionally the Kenyan government was borrowing money to finance the project. Now they wanted
Yes.
a project that is financed by the people. But when you come to see what the minister was saying the other day, that, even if you paid for these houses, that is a tax you are paying. It is not a guarantee that you will get those houses. But immediately they realized that the government minister, the CS, Alice Wahome, made a very wrong statement. So the next day they were doing a lot of firefighting in social media about those affordable housing. Now, the president has not pronounced himself clearly on these issues of these houses. These houses are indeed affordable, but we need a lot of transparency in them. Transparency means that we need to know that the houses that are being allocated in my county where I come from, in Oma Bay, who are the people who have been allocated those houses. We need that kind of transparency so that William Ruto's government is seen to be doing the right thing. When these houses are complete, because there's a lot of speculation that you will not be given title deed, but you will be given allotments. Because these are flats, they actually sit on maybe an acre or two parcels of land, and you're given a unit. Now, Kenyan laws have changed with time, and people might not understand. Even if you stay in an apartment, you'll still get a title deed for that house that you live in. So people need to understand. But as I said, the government of William Ruto, it's undoing his communication. They don't have people who come out and articulate these issues of the issues that they are doing perfectly. Like this one for housing is something that would have given William Ruto a plus in his governance, but he doesn't have somebody who comes out clearly to articulate these issues, or somebody who takes the blame. You see, in Kibaki's government, we had somebody called Alfred Mutua. So Kibaki never got the bashing like William Ruto is getting today. But every time when we saw Mutua, we related with Mutua as somebody who is presenting the bad governance of Kibaki. So everybody would see Mutua than Kibaki. So Mutua would come out, tell you government position, and we knew that when Mutua appears on the screen, he is going to give you what Shah is talking about or what the government is talking about. And if there is time, or if the president is listening, because I know they listen to this program, if they are listening today, the person that they need to change, the person that they need to have as the communication guy is that guy called Alfred Mutua. Alfred Mutua will be able to articulate some of these issues properly and
Mzalendo, what happened to
better than
Maura?
Maura is and so people don't take him seriously. People take him as another joker there, you know. People don't take Mutua. Do you even see him, Maura? Do you see this Maura?
I'm still wondering, does he still talk on behalf of the government? I don't see him.
Or is being controlled. So this guy is not hands-on. He doesn't know what is happening in the government. That is just some. I don't want to call him useless. That will be very improper. But what fits him is that is incompetent. He's not up to the
word
task.
is incompetent.
Yeah, he's
but
not up to,
I think what if he's not given that chance by the president to do his job?
I see. You see, William Ruto is undoing is also he wants to be seen as this president who knows what is happening in each and every ministry. When you go to health, he wants to know is the one who wants to articulate the progress in the health sector compared to the CS. The CS is the person who needs to come out each and every time. But I think it is happening because he doesn't see his CSs coming out the way Mbadi. You see the way he was so excited to see Mbadi in Jivanji Garden articulating what the finance bill will look like. That made the president very, very happy. But all his CSs, if I can tell you today, apart from the ODM CSs, Mburu, can you mention for me at least 5 CSs that you know?
We will do that at the end of the show. Now, Mr. Joram, I want to come to you. Can you try to tell us what you understand about this affordable housing? Joram has dropped. Mzalendo, you can proceed. You can proceed. But before you proceed, let me read some of the comments from Osam here. Osam has been keeping us very busy on the comment section.
I like Osam. I like the way.
Let's read some of the comments. Mutembei said propaganda Sud has not spoken. That is about the topic there. Yeah. And the second comment is from Osam. It could be very difficult for Raila to win if he joins Gachagua. First, Kalonzo will not accept deputies to deputize Raila. He has supported him for years. Secondly, the Kikuyu see Raila as a stranger for years. So that's the other one. So the unity will be very tricky. In fact, Gachagua is not sure if he can unite and deliver the all votes. Today, Governor Natembeya was chased away from his own supporters. Who could imagine that? Politics in Kenya is not something to predict. Again, let's not imagine that Raila presidency will bring anything new. I have said Kenyan economy has never changed that much since independence. Raila being in different government has never shown anything or policy that is different from other candidates. So what difference do we expect? Let me just skip some and just go down here. The affordable housing is a very good thing. The few servants complaining about the few tax collected from them is unpatriotic. To build this country, all of us must contribute in one way or the other. Maura is a joker. The last one, what Mbadi did a few weeks ago by attending the People's Parliament was a very good thing. Yes. Mr. Joram, what do you have to say about this affordable housing? If I want to acquire a house today, what is the process? What do you think about the ownership? What do you think about the taxes that are being charged from the civil servants? Mr. Joram.
Thank you very much. As much as, the idea of affordable housing was a good idea, but we need to interrogate it.
Yes.
Is housing, is housing the most priority that is facing this country? That is the question that we need to ask. And, by trying to answer that question, let us ask ourselves, where do the majority of the people of Kenya live?
Mm-hmm.
And you'll discover that, the majority of the people of Kenya live in rural areas. Majority of Kenyans live in rural areas, and and irrespective of how the form of the housing they live in, but majority of Kenyans who are living in rural areas live in their own houses.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you come up with this concept of, affordable housing, we ask ourselves, is it was it the priority for the people of Kenya? Where I stand, it was not the priority. It was not the priority at all, at all. This was just a scheme that, was hatched to enrich a few people. It was not a priority at all. And again, knowing, the household income of the majority of Kenyans, how many Kenyans can afford to buy a house that is going at 3 million shillings? Even if you are to spread it to 30 years, how many will afford to pay for such a house? How many will afford to pay for such a house? These are things that we need to ask ourselves. And again, was it a brilliant idea that you tax the people of Kenya to build houses? We could have taxed the people of Kenya to do other things that are more viable than housing. But the fact that, you decide, William Samoei Ruto decided to tax the people of Kenya to build houses, was a wrong move. For example, if William Samoei Ruto used the same concept the same concept of housing, but to develop better healthcare system, majority of the people of Kenya could have been happy. Imagine if this tax was going, towards, improving our healthcare system that is already dead, that could have been a better priority. But, where I stand, affordable housing, that was a wrong move. Imagine even if this tax was, a tax that was going, towards improving our educational sector, that could have been a good move. Affordable taxing, that was, a missed priority. William Samoei Ruto there missed it. And, just like it has been said there, it could have been a scheme of a few people who are supplying cement, who are supplying steel, who are supplying wood, to come up with something that can enrich them, quickly. Because, nobody knows. After 5 years, perhaps William Samoei Ruto would be out and, they will not get that opportunity again. And that's why perhaps they hatched, this issue of affordable housing. But on overall, it is not a scheme that is going to benefit the country at all. A lot of money will go into it, but the benefits, will be very minimal to where I stand.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joram. I want to welcome Mise. Mise, you are most welcome. And right now we are discussing about the affordable housing. Maybe you have done your research. You can tell us the process of owning one. You can tell us about the land where those houses are sitting. How can a government land be owned by private citizens? And also, we also want to know who really is building these houses. Because the other day, the former Deputy President Gachagua said that the government is selling prison lands to developers to build affordable housing.
Jeff, let me just say one thing before my brother Misty comes in.
Go ahead.
The issue of land, and I'll just be very brief. The issue of land is very, very clear that, after the 2010 Constitution was promulgated, land is either communal, private, or public. And, public land is land that is set aside for public utility. And this is
Yes.
land that is held in trust by either the national government or the county government. So, you know,
Yes.
if you decide to build houses for purposes of selling them out on a public land, then how will that land revert from public to becoming private, so that whoever buys that property now owns it as a private property? You know, that is the real challenge that we are having. And, you know, it takes me back to today, where William Samoei Ruto was in Roysambu. And, you know, he was in a church in Roysambu, and I remember him telling the bishop there that, you know, the land that the bishop wants to build a church on is land that is owned by the KDF. And I remember William Samoei Ruto saying that, you know, he has negotiated with the KDF, him being the commander-in-chief, and, you know, there's an agreement that now the KDF will allow this private developer in form of a church owner to build a church on public land. And I said, surely, is that how things work? Can you just revert what was public land into private land, you know, through a church pronouncement? Is that how things work? So, you know, if you look at, you know, the way William Samoei Ruto works and operates, you know, he's always getting his things, you know, upside down. You know, let me just stop there and allow my brother Missy to come in.
Missy, you're most welcome.
Oh, Missy said that I will. Missy is here. I thought that he was saying he's joining later.
Missy is already here, and I wish he can. He can put on the video so that we can see him. A man who is very good in research. Maybe he would try
joining. He said he's joining. He's doing something. He's joining.
He's joining. So, Mzalendo,
setting up his
Mzalendo, who is supposed to own these affordable houses? Because initially we thought only the civil servants. Right now they are saying whatever they are paying are just taxes. And therefore, do you have an idea of how to own these affordable houses?
You know, there is a lot of. I have seen I've heard what Wangira is saying, that you can't own a government. The government cannot build land on its own. I don't understand that argument. That the government cannot build houses on its own land or on public land. All lands in Kenya which are public are owned by the government. The government can transfer that title to the lands. It's called what? There's a body that is in charge of these houses. It's called the National Government something board, the housing board. So this is how you get the title, which people are really getting confused. Now, these titles of public lands are transferred to the National Government Affordable Housing Board. They are the owners of the title. Once you get a property, you are given something called it's called a sectional property title deed. That is what you are given to own those houses, and it becomes binding by the law. You know, when Wangira tells you that we don't know whether it was a priority to build these houses or not, but for him it was not a priority. Let me tell you, there is urban-rural migration, and that is what is informing the government to build these houses. Then there is something called Vision 2030 that was not even started by William Ruto. It is something that Kenyans that was started by one Mwai Kibaki, and some of the implementations were done by Uhuru Kenyatta. All those roads that you are seeing are part of the Vision 2030. So housing is very important, and in fact affordable housing, because if you allow everybody else to come in the city to look for jobs, where will they live? Then that one will lead to increased slums in urban center because of rural and urban migration. So housing is a very important factor for government. Again, there is also population growth. So when you say that we don't need houses, but the population is growing and you have the same houses, Now, those houses, I would give you an example of areas areas in Nairobi that were designated for affordable housing. Areas like Jericho, areas like Makongeni and all that. Those areas were initially designated for government and urban migration so that people can live and have a decent place to stay while they work in the city. Now, time with the rapid growth of population, those houses are again not enough for the general population. So what happens? The government has to demolish all those houses, build high-rise buildings that can accommodate at least, not everybody else, but at least a good number of the population. When you come to cost of these houses, the cost of a one-bedroom house is about 1 million, or 1.5 million of this affordable. That's a bed sitter. It's about 1.5 million. A 3-bedroom house is 3.5 million or something like that. So that is what the government is offering, but it is giving you a chance to buy it through installments. And after you are finished, you are given your sectional title. So this is a good thing. And this mentality of Wangira is what our fathers used to have when houses were being built.
So Mzalendo, according to you, a house that is costing 3 million is affordable?
A house that is costing 3 million, yeah, that is affordable according to the market price. A 3-bedroom house that is 3 million is affordable according to the market price. One, you get a title, you don't get the hassle of staying there with your fundis and all that, and you get a modern house, and you pay it within a period of time. That is affordable according to the market price. And even
before you proceed,
Muzalendo,
before you proceed,
yes,
Joram, just a minute. I would like us to try to tell our viewers what is the process of owning this house. How can I own this house? Even this money we are talking about, if I am to pay, where do I pay? Where do I start? And who owns these houses? Such kind of things. Go ahead, Joram, you wanted to say something?
You know, Mzalendo, as much as you want to go around this issue, you know, it's very, very clear on the Constitution of Kenya after it was promulgated in 2010 is very, very clear on what a public land is. And it's very, very clear who, in whose trust, you know, that land is held. Very, very clear. For example, you know that the land in Jericho is public land, and that's why, you know, for years, you know, the most that could be done on that land is to have houses that you can rent. Is to have houses that you can rent so that you don't end up selling those houses. Compared to Buruburu, you know, which was, you know, a private initiative where houses were built and, you know, they could be sold. So, you know, tell me, and I want just to know, like a layman today, now we are being told that, you know, houses are being built on public land and they will later revert into becoming private property. Tell me, just as a layman, you know, or backing it by law, how you revert, you know, property that is built on public land into private property.
Mzalendo, yes, as you answer that, I also want you to tell the slum dwellers, because I know they are also listening and they are watching the show. How do you explain, and this is what is perplexing me, how do you explain to the slum dwellers, people who live below the poverty line, that a house that is costing 3 million is affordable to them? Because the reason why we are building these houses is to give these people decent houses, and most especially those people who are already in the urban areas and they are living in indecent houses. Go ahead, Mzalendo.
Now, you see, it's like Wangira is saying that land that belongs to the public, the government cannot use it. Is that what you are saying? There is no provision in the law that says that the government cannot build houses in land that belongs to the public. The government can allocate an housing program to land that they find that is idle and use it for any other infrastructural development, including the expansion of road, if they find it as a necessity. There is nothing like, okay, this is public land, we will not use it, and it is idle there. If there is a gold in that public land, if there is gold that has been sighted in that land, public land, the government will mine that gold, and there is nothing that you are going to do about it. So that is how it is, unless you give me any section of the law that tells
Mzalendo,
yes.
let me be very clear to you. The Constitution is very, very clear that if there are minerals on any land, then those minerals don't belong to you. It's very, very clear. And government has no role on the decision, on the decision of the undertakings on a public land. For example, the government cannot decide that today I'm reverting a public land into private land. And that's why we have the National Land Commission. I've not seen the input of the National Land Commission on this issue. I've not seen their input. And here we have a president who, is always, on the roof of his car telling people that, we are building houses, knowing very well. And, he does not tell the people of Kenya that the houses are being built on public land. William Samoei Ruto has never told the people of Kenya that those houses are being built on public land. The only thing that William Samoei Ruto is telling the people of Kenya that we are building affordable houses. And these houses goes for what you have told us, 3 million, 1 million, whatever. Do you know the complication that will arise in future? Because there's a process, and this process must involve what we call the National Land Commission. And the National Land Commission is an independent commission, just like IBC is an independent commission, just like the Judicial Service Commission is an independent commission, just like the Teacher Service Commission is an independent commission. The government has no role in this commission. So you're already building structures on public land without the incorporation of the National Land Commission. Do you know what is likely to happen? This is total conmanship. Another regime will come in, because today William Samoei Ruto is president. Then he can use whatever muscle that he has as president, to force things. But if you're not doing things within the law, another regime will come in. They'll say, yes, you built these houses, but these houses are on public land because the land never reverted. Because let me just finish. Let me just finish. The land never reverted. The land remained public land. For example, I've told you that the land in Jericho or the land in Kaloleni is public land. So that's the reason why, those people who live in those houses are renting. They don't own those houses. They are renting. But, William Samoei Ruto is telling us that, we are building affordable houses on public land where you can own. How can you own a property on land that is not on land that is public without the input of the National Land Commission? So the challenge will come in future. Let me tell you, there will be another regime. There will be another regime. There will be commissioners at the National Land Commission who will say we were never involved. So whatever that took place in form of building what you call affordable houses was not within the law. So if they will end up not approving this particular program, then whoever will have bought these houses will end up being conned, because you'll have bought what is public property.
All right, Wangira, can you hear me?
Yes, Mzalendo, go ahead.
And now, this is a confusion, and perhaps you will. I see that you have probably read the act properly, and maybe Mburu can Google the act and get it for us, the Land Act. and get it and read what it says. But now, Wangira, the National Land Commission is entrusted to safeguard the lands. That is correct. Everything that you're saying is correct as per paper. And it protects the land from encroachment by private developers and everybody that wants to encroach that land. But what you are forgetting is that the Land Commission is a government body. Now, again, what you are not saying is that you need to know that the county governments, the lands that are owned by the county government, there is an act in the county government that the county government can allocate land for development in the counties through a legal framework. Definitely, there's nobody who will just come to land to develop a place without any legal framework. Now, any public land, who owns public land? Now, people need to understand what public land. Public land, according to what the law is, the forest is a public land, game reserves are public land, whatever, national parks are public land, and many other utilities.
The prisons?
Yeah, public utilities.
The barracks?
Yes, those ones. Now, there is the county government and there is the central government. Yeah, and there is the central government. So the state, which is Kenya, owns all the public lands. So that part you need to know. And the National Lands Commission acts with the government of the day. So if another government comes in and reverts what was discussed by the previous government, of course there will be a framework of all that. If they find that there was some illegal encroachment into what you call public land, then there can be a case to answer, or people can lose their property. But I don't see that kind of scenario. That would be a very wild kind of scenario. It can never probably happen in Kenya.
Muzalendo, I've just picked my constitution.
Yes.
And if you go to Article 67, that forms the National Land Commission, Article 67(2). That says the function, Article 67(2), that reads the functions of the National Land Commission. What are the functions of the National Land Commission? To manage public land on behalf of national and county governments. So any management of public land, whether that land is being held by national government or county government, is the function of the National Land Commission.
On behalf of who? On behalf of
listen. You just relax and listen. Just relax and listen. Just relax and listen. The goodness with the Kenyan 2010 Constitution is that it's written in very basic English. And Section 2 reads, functions of the National Land Commission are A, to manage public land, that's their function, on behalf of the national and county government. So the management of public land is the function of the National Land Commission. That is the Kenyan 2010 Constitution. So tell me, in this issue of affordable housing, where is the input of the National Land Commission? Where is that input? Because we have not been told that there is an input of the National Land Commission. And National Land Commission is an independent commission. It's an independent commission under Chapter 15. Just like, the IBC is independent, just like the National Police Service Commission is independent, just like the Teacher Service Commission is independent. This is an independent commission. whose function is to manage public land on behalf of national government and county government. Where is the input in this issue of affordable housing?
So, Mr. Joram and Mr. Mzalendo,
Mm-hmm.
I believe there are so many questions that need to be answered, and Kenyans would like to understand. And we need to do more research on this affordable housing and how it is being implemented and who are going to benefit from this affordable housing. People want to know, if I want to own and I don't work it, I am not a civil servant, how can I own a house? Where do I pay? How do I start? We can do that research and we come back here tomorrow and we continue with that topic, because I believe this is a topic that Kenyans are very interested with. And the final question I would like us to tackle is about the vetting. William Ruto pronounced that he has stopped the vetting, or the vetting is going to stop, especially on the people who live around our borders, that they'll be getting IDs just like any other person. And most of the politicians and Kenyans are criticizing the decision of the president. They are saying that he is likely to put our country into danger of registering even criminals to our country and foreigners. Mzalendo, should we continue vetting the people who live around the borders of our country, or should we just open our borders like the president said, and not the borders, but should we just be issuing IDs without people going through rigorous process of ascertaining whether these are Kenyans or not? Let me start with Mzalendo.
You know, I have tried to really think of what informed the president to give such an order, especially in Northeastern. Then I have also done a follow-up to see the reaction of people who are living in those refugee camps.
Yes.
Most of them are saying they don't want to be Kenyan citizens. They don't want to be Kenyan citizens. They come from a country. Some of them come from Sudan. Some of them come from Djibouti and even Somali. Now, and Rwanda, and Congo, do they really, it's like you going to a neighboring Somali and the Somali people telling you, okay, fine, since your country is at war, we want to give you citizenship so that you can be integrated in the community. Now, this leaves them in a situation whereby they now will not get the funding from the donor community, because once you become a citizen, then now you are on your own. You have to look for a job just like any other person, like Mburu or Wangira, because you are a citizen of the Republic of Kenya. Now, what does that do to the job market in Kenya? And now we have got an increase of refugees who are now citizens in Kenya coming to compete within the job market, which is not even there with you and me. Now, when it comes to, because you know the Dadaab area is a constituency run by one Farah Maalim. And you see how Farah Maalim has been very, very vocal. So that area alone, the president is looking at a population of over 300,000 people living there. Some of them have been born there as Kenyans. Yeah, they have lived there all their life. But they are telling you they come from an area, they come from a country, they love their country so much, and they want to be in their country. It's not like they want to be Kenyan citizens. They like the hospitality of the Kenyan people, but they don't want to go far and be Kenyans. You
And Mzalendo, before you proceed, what are they still doing here in Kenya? Because most of them have been here for so many years. Rwanda is not at war. Burundi is not at war. Why can't they just go back to their countries?
you see, just like there is a lot of aid coming into these camps, and some
Yes.
of them there was some of them are on their way out of those camps. They are waiting to go overseas and all that. They organize all those paperwork from a camp. You can't be in your country and seek asylum in other countries in Europe, and you're not from a refugee camp. So that's why when you go to Canada, Mr. would tell you that, oh, this one is from Dadaab camp. We help them out to come to Canada, and some are coming to the US and all that. Now, should they go back to their country? For example, Sudan is at war right now. Where will you be going to? What will you be going to do? Probably in a country where all your property has been stolen or gone, and you don't have family there. Some of them, everybody was killed, and probably they're the only ones who are surviving. So Kenya has become a home to them. So this is something that is happening in those camps. But let me look at why maybe for purpose of clarity, or how I look at the issue of the issuance of IDs to Somalis in northeastern. Now,
Before you proceed, Zarendo, I don't know whether you came across this statement from Aden Duare, where he said, we will issue over 3 million refugees in Dadaab and Kakuma with identity cards and absorb them as Kenyans. Let them participate in elections and key decision-making in the country they live in. The US allows immigrants to vote also. What do you have to say as you proceed with your statements?
you see, that is a very wrong statement. In fact, the last paragraph, that the US allows immigrants to vote. No, the US does not allow immigrants to vote. You have to become a citizen so that you can vote in the US. So you should have said that when these people become citizens, they will now be able to vote. But before you become a citizen of America, it takes years. It is not something that the government you wake up one day and within 2 hours you already have an identity card like in Kenya. No, there's a lot of process that goes in to become a citizen of America. Just like many other places in Europe, it is not something like you will get the same benefits with the locals. If you are an immigrant, you are treated as an immigrant. You don't qualify for the benefits of other citizens who are Americans. So he needs to understand that. So immigrants in America are not allowed to vote, although immigrants who have become citizens in America are allowed to vote. So that is what he needs to know. So those who are living in Dadaab cannot exercise the same rights with Kenyans, because they are not Kenyans. And what are they telling you? They don't want to be Kenyans. They don't really want to be Kenyans. Some of them want to go back to their country. Some of them are seeking asylum in the US and parts of Europe, and they get that through the agencies that can organize them for them to live in Europe, and that's why they are still in those camps.
Yeah, Mr. Joram, what do you think? Should we register these refugees as Kenyans, and why do you think the government is planning to issue IDs to the refugees? Is it a good move, or is it a desperation of getting votes? What is your take?
To start with, that thing that was circulating on social media purportedly to have been, remarks by Duale, is part of the common fake news, that has been going around. And I saw it and confirmed that, it was fake news. And let us just treat it as fake news. But on citizenship by birth, in 1963, in 1963, when we got our independence, the constitution that was negotiated in the Lancaster, the Second Lancaster Conference, gave a right to anybody who was within the Kenyan territory then, a right to become a citizen of Kenya. And I did not understand why the Makonde, for example, the Makonde, were never given that opportunity to become citizens, because at that particular time, they were within the territory of Kenya. And, it went on for a long time before, Uhuru Kenyatta, gave them the citizenship. But if you look at the Constitution of Kenya as it was promulgated in 2010, it's very clear on who a citizen by birth is, because it says a person is a citizen by birth if on the day of the person's birth, whether or not the person is born in Kenya, either the mother or father of that person is a Kenyan citizen. It does not matter whether you are in Kenya or you are in America or you're in Australia. What matters is that, either of your parents is a Kenyan. That qualifies you to become a Kenyan. But now, this is the catch on the issue you're asking, the issue of vetting. The issue of vetting, here is the catch. Because the Constitution says that, for you to become a Kenyan, either of your parents must be a Kenyan. That's what the Constitution says. For example, my spouse is not Kenyan, but I'm Kenyan. So my son is Kenyan by virtue of the father being Kenyan. So here is the catch. The catch is that either of your parents must be Kenyan. Then how do we prove that either of your parents is Kenyan? There must be a way to. There must be a way to confirm. There must be a way to confirm that either of your parents is Kenyan. It could be through historical. It could be through historical roots if you don't have documentation. It could be through birth certificate. It could be through the ID of your parents. Those are some of the details that must be put into place to confirm that either of your parents are Kenyans. And that's where I disagree with the William Samoei Ruto when he says that we do away with vetting. We should not do away with vetting. What we should do, we should make vetting more simpler, so that it does not become a bureaucracy for people want to get IDs. Let us make it more simpler, so that anybody, whether you are in Muranga or whether you are in Mandera, you fall within the same criteria, the questions that are being asked are same, so that these are the questions that are used, to see that you qualify as a Kenyan, and then you are eligible for an ID. But if you say that you are abolishing vetting, what are you telling us? If you do away with vetting, and the Constitution is very, very clear that either your father or mother must be Kenyan, then we are likely to have people who neither their father nor mother was Kenyan, but ending up having Kenyan IDs. So William Samoei Ruto needs to rethink on this subject matter of vetting. If I was him, I could have come with a more simpler process, that is not bureaucratic, that could have afforded every Kenyan an opportunity to have an ID. That would be my take.
Mzalendo, can you hear me?
Can I say something?
Yes, that.
Go ahead, Darius. Sorry, my internet has started to misbehave. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm very grateful to be on the show after a long time, and it's nice to see all of you.
Yes, we missed you, sir.
Yeah, I just have a very brief comment. I'm at work, so I can't really talk for long. So, I'm seeing the topic today is about if Raila should align with Gachagua's movement. I'm hoping I just joined, so I don't want to be repetitive. I wanted to make a comment on what my able panelist just said, Jared. Maybe also I'm not very happy with the governance of our country for the past almost 3 years now since this new government came in. But I think based on there is a lot of false information also that is moving around, especially in media circles. And I think we are in the same WhatsApp group, and we also see a lot of people just post stuff that they have not even verified the nature of either if the information is true or not. Like I think what my friend Mburu said about this Aden Duale speech. I don't think it has been confirmed that he said it, and I've looked even for a video or anywhere that he said. And today they posted Sudi, they posted Waiguru, they posted people saying stuff that is very controversial, including Moses Kuria. So a lot of things that are on the internet, if we are not sure about them first, it is better to vet more. Even when this administration came, right now where I am here in the United States, they were saying a lot of things about a Kenyan telling about other Kenyans, and when you followed the story, it was not even true. So anyway, that is just a disclaimer. What Jared is saying is about the nature of Ruto trying to bring back to stop vetting in Northeastern. I think we got the statement wrong. There's no way they can stop vetting there. He said they stop the vetting that is vindictive, like it is malicious vetting. So what happens there is this. Actually, my father worked there. That's why I know about it. They take your file and they tell you they'll give you citizenship maybe after 4 years. And they prove that your father and mother are Kenyans. That kind of vetting. It is a vetting of where the immigration officer is eating from you. Mzalendo is a native of Isli. He was brought up in Isli. There is a lot of people who came from Northeastern with the bus. The vetting that is happening there from our officials is highest bidder becomes a Kenyan. So those people are being made rich, the immigration officers, for a process that if you come to my office and you can give me $1 million, you become a Kenyan. There has been a lot of Kenyans, Somalis in Isli who cannot even speak Swahili, and they have all the documents. I think that is what he was saying, because me, I'm from Busia. For me, if I lose my ID even here today, I have to go to the border to get another ID because I'm from the border. So anything from the border has to be vetted. We are all vetted, even you, Mburu. Today, if something happens today, they have to ask your chief and Liguru if they are aware of Amburu in existence. That one has not been done away with. I'm hoping so. But to support Mburu, this has been done maliciously to sway the vote of Northeastern. And even I cannot stand here and say that this guy, being known for his record, he can try to swing some unscrupulous means to get more from there using this method. As if I'm the good guy today, I'm allowing you to just go through vetting process that is required, not extra vetting that is malicious. That was what I wanted to say about that. Number two, my only point that I wanted to say was about the 60 billion that has been requested by IEBC for the next general election that is coming up in Kenya. This is a tragedy for our country. How do we pay all this?
You said how much? 60 or 16?
60 billion. That's the amount
60 billion.
Yes. This is my take on this. How do you request for 60 billion? And I think since me and Mzalendo were young and we could run faster, now we have stomachs, tumbo, we cannot even run fast. How can you give 60 billion for a country that every year goes into an election and the winner and loser greet each other within a year and they become friends, and and people lost their lives over this, and something happened and opposition is killed? We need to bring back the structures back to the book. When Akina Jalongo started going to State House, I was telling Mzalendo, this is wrong, because initially the constitution says this: if Mburu was elected by a party called Chama cha Wazalendo, and tomorrow he comes to dine with me, who is in a different party, he needs to resign, go back to the people and ask for a mandate from that party. But now Kenya has just become where I can say today that I'm going to State House because I'm going to be given money, and I will still stay there for 5 years with a mandate that I was not given by the people, and the constitution nobody is implementing it. That is why today you have seen Ruto going to Roysambu giving 20 million plus another 100 million, and yet it is less than 5-6 months that he said he has banned any government official from giving money to churches. So nobody is following up. In fact, let me shock you guys. The only person who is following the constitution right now is Raila Odinga, because when he loses an election, he releases.
Can you come closer to your microphone? Can you come be closer to the microphone?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now better?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, I was saying it is actually laughable to find out that actually this Raila Odinga sometimes is the only guy who's following the constitution, because when he loses an election, he accepts the verdict from the Supreme Court, which should be the highest law maker in our country. But today, do you know, Mburu, if you are vindicated by a Kenyan court today, and you are challenging a guy who has more money or is in good circles in the political scene, you will not get fair judgment.
Yes.
Just because this law is subjective. It is favoring people who are called the who's and who's. So, but for a person like me and you, whose fathers were nobodies, the constitution is not protecting us. That's why my take on this 60 billion, they should just say, you guys, I don't even think you're serious with the elections. Because every day you will say, after that, we'll say, oh, now we want to do national unity. Why didn't you do national unity before you started insulting each other during campaigns and making kids lose their lives? And then after that, you go and shake each other's hands. And then you say, now you know what, we didn't need a competition. What is the basic of a competition if number one and number two become number one? Thank you very much for giving me these few minutes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Darius.
Yes, sorry. Before I go, I wanted to say hi to my friend, Mr. Mise. And I told you, I'm not a noisemaker in politics. I told you when the Gen Zs were fighting, this Ruto will go begging for Raila. You really argued with me. I'm very glad God has kept you alive to see this day today. Ruto is begging Raila for life. And please apologize and say you will start listening to your elders. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining, even when you are at work. Miss, briefly, you can give us your take. Briefly, because we are almost we want to end the show. You give us what you have to say. I know you are listening at the back there. Tell us what you think about vetting. Should vetting continue on our borders, or should we issue IDs without rigorous process? And then we go to Mr. Makiadi, and after that we're gonna give the closing remarks, because we still have tomorrow. Mise, it's your time. Take your time.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to correct a statement that my brother Darius, to some extent, you're right. Ruto is cunning, he's a liar, he is manipulative, just like Raila Odinga. And therefore, birds of the same feathers, they flock together. I wouldn't be surprised that he went to beg him, because like you said, every year, every election year, these are the very same people who come together. All they do is they change parties, they change manifestos, and they tell us they're going to do something different. This statement that you said there that caught my eyes, and I thought that I needed to correct that before you go away. You said that the only person who follows the constitution is Raila Odinga after the election, and he accepts the verdict. I find that insincere, because the only person who calls maandamano in the streets after the election, and even after the Supreme Court has agreed as a way of getting leverage and power to negotiate and bring people to the table, is one Raila Odinga, because he has mastered into that. But bottom line, some of us, and me and Mzalendo joined, we apologize that we voted for someone who were very optimistic that he will bring change. He has let us down one way or the other, but we find that him, Raila Odinga, and the rest have mastered the art of using the citizens in enriching themselves and achieving their personal ambitions. So yes, I do apologize that I voted for William Samoei Ruto, who actually in return invited Raila Odinga on a spree of looting the Kenyans. And that is quite unfortunate. We have always wanted leaders who will take Kenya to another level. Unfortunately, we keep recycling leaders who are and have only the agenda of looting the Kenyans. So now, in terms of what you were talking about, Mburu, about affordable housing, ownership, and the whole concept of affordable housing. I think affordable housing is a wonderful idea, and some other countries have tried it. It works. In Canada, it works. People have government houses where they pay like $80, $20, up to even a tune of $100, depending on their income. But they don't own the house. They just use it when need arises. If I'm right now, as a family, I'm in a crisis, I'll go to, go to a shelter, and the shelter will work for me and my family to get housing. So the only challenge that is there, and Gachagua has been very vocal about it. He has said that William Ruto is conning Kenyans. He has gone to he is the one who is, and I'm quoting Gachagua. Gachagua says William Ruto and his friends in State House, they are the suppliers, they are the contractors, they are the ones who give contracts and they execute the contract. So this is a level of corruption that we don't expect from people like William Ruto, who carry the Bible every day and promise people. This whole idea of us, having to listen to empty promises from our leaders ought to come to an end. Everyone, even Raila, has given us empty promises. Raila coming to State House, he came there with a personal agenda. He had an eye on AU seat, and he knew that he needed the country's backup. And William Ruto saw an opportunity that, we want to go and dump you at AU so that we don't get competition 2027. So it was a reciprocal or symbiotic relationship that has disadvantaged both of them. Raila Odinga lost and is back. William Ruto thought that he was going to get away the headache of Raila Odinga. Unfortunately, he's back. And you've heard the language of Raila Odinga now. He's saying that, our country needs good governance. Our country needs corruption free. And that is what he wants to champion. He's not been championing. Perhaps the money that he was supported and funded to go to AU comes from corruption. And he kept quiet. When the GNCs came, and were fighting, brought in a revolution that would have brought William Ruto to the table to talk and agree on certain issues, Raila Molo came in and silenced and rubbished the efforts and the lives and the lives of the young people that we lost. And he kept quiet. He never talked about it. When we look at even Besinche, our next door, neighbor, what he has gone through, Raila has always kept quiet, and Raila has also gone through a similar situation. And Raila is a friend to Museveni, as a human rights activist, as a man who has been known to champion democracy. I think he needed to speak openly about Besinche, because what is happening in our neighbors will come back to us. But he did not speak because he wanted a vote from Uganda. And that is the insincerity that we are talking about. I think I'll stop there as we continue.
Thank you so much, Mise. We had really missed you. Let's go to Mr. Makiandi. Mr. Makiandi, wrong time. I hope you are in a place where you can be in a position to make a submission. I know you have been listening, and especially I would like you to touch on the topic there. Raila Odinga plan to join Gachagua team. Do you think it would be a good idea that Raila Odinga joins Gachagua or remains with Ruto. This is just speculation. We are not sure. He has not pronounced himself clearly where he wants to be, but we have had people like Sifuna, Babu Owino, telling him not to join William Ruto. What is your take? And also you tell us about vetting, whether it should continue or it should stop, as William Ruto said. Mr. Makiandi, if you can unmute and make your submission.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, very good. Let me say hi to all of you. Mario Mokampia, Guru, Mzalendo, Mise, and my brother Darius Apo. It's been a while. I took a sabbatical from politics a long time ago, but I was passing by and I saw you guys here. I decided to join for a minute before you wind up. Mzalendo salamu, salimika sana. So let me begin. Sijui nianze na vetting because I don't think that one is very important. Refugees in Kenya have always received IDs without even vetting. In Kenya, we do not have a process that foreigners go through so that they can be pronounced as citizens. So that's neither here or there. Whatever William Ruto said is just a political statement. As a politician, you should have expected to, have William Ruto go to Northeastern and promise them something that will, endear himself to them. So that was just a political statement. And if you have traversed the country, especially in Northeastern, you'd probably understand that IDs are always for sale in Kenya. And the highest bidder, like Mzalendo, I heard you talking, the highest bidder always gets an ID. The highest bidder will always get a passport in Kenya. So we cannot say that we have a strict mechanism of vetting. That's why you see it is easy for these people to come into our country and acquire Kenyan passports and then fly to other countries. That has always been their desire, and it has succeeded so far. So William Ruto is just a political statement that came from his mouth. I don't think it has anything substantial. And I also believe that we don't have the resources to do the right vetting. Now, let's go to the topic here. Should Raila align with Gachagua's movement? Mburu, I'm coming back to you. There was a time we had an argument here, and I told you, and I'm still going to remind you, I told you Gachagua is a political lightweight. I told you Gachagua is a joker. I used the word villager, and you guys were so bitter with me. And that was before the impeachment. I told you Gachagua has no political muscle to stand on the national podium and tell anybody where the political direction of Kenya is going. People argued here. Some of them said, some of you guys said I was being tribal. Now we are fast forwarding a few months down the line, and I can see now we are coming to a conclusion whereby Raila Odinga again is the political kingmaker in Kenya right now. It is like a circus in our country. I was so happy when Raila Odinga failed to clinch the AU seat because Kenyans would have suffered. William Ruto was going to eliminate political competition in Kenya by getting rid of Raila Odinga. Now, in Swahili, they say Mungu halali. Because without Raila Odinga, and I can tell you this for free, without Raila Odinga, there is no other Kenyan politician that can scare William Ruto. Not Gachagua, not Eugene, not Kalonzo. Nobody. Nobody has the political muscle. Nobody has the funds to scare William Ruto in a presidential campaign. Hakuna mtu akona pesa inaweza shtua Ruto upande wa campaign ya presidency. And so, when Raila Odinga failed to capture AU seat, he had to switch to do something called a reset button, to press a reset button.
Yes.
Now Raila Odinga is trying to again come back to his senses and act like he used to. Mtetezi wa watu. But I think that train already left the station. Kenyans have moved past Raila Odinga. There are few people that still believe Raila Odinga is going to save them. And some others left that train a long time ago. So as I look at it from somebody who supported Raila Odinga for the past maybe 2 decades, I can tell you for free that Raila Odinga is not going to leave Ruto alone. He is not going to let Ruto's government fail. Raila Odinga is not going to side with Gachagua. No Kikuyu, and I'm saying this not from a tribal lens, no Kikuyu is going to vote for Raila Odinga as president. Musidanganye Raila Odinga. Do not lie to Raila Odinga that you're going to support Raila Odinga for presidency as long as he's together with Gachagua. Let me tell you guys, let's be honest. Kenyans should suffer, and when I say Kenyans, I mean everybody. You know, there's something called herd mentality. I think umesikia lugha inaitwa herd mentality, Mburu, whereby the majority make a mistake and the rest of the country suffer because of the mistakes of the majority. So, hii herd mentality ndio imetufanya saa hii Mburu 2 years down the line, 2.5 years down the line, tumesema we are against Ruto. Na 2 years back tulisema Ruto is the best, he is God sent. Yeye ndio mtu anajua kwenda kanisa, kutoa pesa na jenga makanisa. Huyu ndio mtu ambaye alichaguliwa na Mungu kutawala Kenya. So sasa miaka 2.5 imepita, mnataka kutuambia let's abandon our course, let's abandon our vision, tuanze kupiga William Ruto. It is not going to happen. For free, it is not going to happen. Raila Odinga is going to support William Ruto mpaka 2027. Watu wengine wajipange, watafute pesa ya campaign ambayo mimi ninajua hawana. 2027, ngoja tu Mboro, ngoja nitakupatia nafasi ya kuribata. 2027, Raila Odinga is not going to run for president. I can tell you that for free. William Ruto atamenyana na hao wakina Eugene Wamalwa. Hii group yote unaona ikizurura every now and then. Atapambana nayo, and they are not going to win. I can tell you for free. And it is not going to be an election because nyinyi mnapiga hapa kelele mkisema IEBC, undeni IEBC, ati nimesikia Darius ana complain juu ya 60 billion. Hii 60 billion hakuna election inaenda kufanya in Kenya. This is going to be a rigged election. The only person that anaweza zuia William Ruto ku rig election already wako pamoja. So usifikirie kutakuwa na uchaguzi 2027. Hii yote mnaona ni hot air, na William Ruto anawaambianga yeye ameshajipanga. Mimi sasa nimeanza kuongea lugha ya William Ruto. Anasemanga mimi nilijipanga mapema, waambieni wajipange. Usione saa hii amenyamaza ufikirie hajipangi. Hata labda mzalendo atakuwa kwa ballot paper na hajui. Saa hii kwa presidential ballot paper. The ballot papers maybe have already been printed. Sasa hii nimeanza propaganda ndio usikie, because I want to encourage you to think the way other Kenyans are thinking right now. For 2027, my brother Mburu, there's not going to be an election in Kenya. Take that to the bank. Chukua ile kama uko na account ya Equity, enda weka hapo, tutakutana tuongee tena.
Makende, I'll need you tomorrow so that we can have a heated debate. I feel ngoja tu tunamalizia. Mimi sitaki kuamalizia nafasi wakati wenu. Yeah? So this is what I want us to do.
Ngoja sijamaliza, namalizia point yangu Mburu. Please, ngoja tu kidogo, dakika 2. Hiyo nimeongea. So hii maneno ya should Raila align with Gachagua. Gachagua does not have a movement to begin with. These are just noise makers. These are bitter people who were dethroned. I can tell you for free today, Mboro, kama Gachagua angekuwa deputy president, hii vitu naita movement ungeona. Whatever Gachagua is doing is out of bitterness of being dethroned. Na hii bitterness hakuna kiti itampatia. As I finish, nyinyi mnalaumu Raila Odinga ya kwamba ametupa Wakenya. Raila Odinga is also a political businessman. He knows where to eat from. if the government can take care of him, imlinde vizuri, impatie cheska, impatie allowance, ipeleke timu yake AU plus MPs kumsupport, aone ni kama akona some kind of power, he's comfortable. The problem with Kenya is, and not Kenya, African countries, ni kwamba the moment you go against the regime of the day, na hiyo regime ikuwekee majembe chini vile Gachagua anawekewa majembe chini, your life becomes very, very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. And this is what Gachagua is passing through right now. Wakati Gachagua alikuwa anaenda anakaa kwa ofisi saa 11 asubuhi wakati wa maandamano, anakaa na polisi akituambia mujaribu kutoka nje mtaona. Hakuwa anajua siku moja the same sword itakuja kumkata. So right now
mapema kufanya job.
Hakuna kazi alikuwa anaenda. Mtu ni nani anaendaga kazi kupigiwa simu akipigwa picha? Nipige kapicha kamoja hapa kama naongea na simu. So acha nimalize niseme namna hii. Saa hizi ile kitu inaendelea saa hii, Gachagua cannot be the messiah that we are waiting for. The only thing that we are looking at right now is the reincarnation. Iko jina inakuanga hapo, reincarnation. Iko jina hapo nimesa siwezi itamka vizuri. Reincarnation of political what orphans. Sorry to use that word. The likes of Kalonzo, Eugene, and the rest. And these people are not going to save our country, and they are not going to dethrone William Ruto. Take that to the bank. The final statement that I want to say here. I think democracy is not a good thing. Democracy might not be the best form of government for us Africans, because democracy is where fools come together and vote for one of them, and that is also what is happening in the US. You know, a majority of fools elect one of them. And then when that fool starts doing things that hurt them, they start blaming others. They cry. And that is what we are going through right now in Kenya. So maybe we should pivot away from democracy and think about negotiated democracy, whereby even if I did not vote for you, I still have a seat at the table to make decisions. When decisions are being made, I can also be consulted and give my view, even though or maybe it will not be effective or it will not be followed. At least I have spoken and somebody knows what I feel like. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makiandi. You are making us feel like we are starting the show, whereas we are supposed to be ending the show. Please be here tomorrow. We're going to have a 1 minute break. Then when we come back, we are going to give our closing remarks of 1 minute each. Then we're going to meet here tomorrow. Yes, our viewers, this is Africa 24. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to make any comment, just feel free to do it on the comment section. And anytime you want to join us, we always put down the link on the comment section. So this time we are going to end the show with closing remarks, starting with Muzarendo, Mise, Darius, and finally, Mr. Makiadi. Muzarendo.
You know, nice to see Makiadi after a long time taking a sabbatical after what happened to his political leader. Now we are in this situation, and I like the way we all seem to be confused, even not knowing what to follow or who to follow in this political discourse. Now everybody who is saying that it is okay for William Ruto to continue doing what he wants to do with the government. I tell you, it is not okay, because we have lost so many lives, and if he continues doing that, then so many people will die. But one thing I agree with Makiadi is that we need to think of another form of rule or leadership in Africa, and especially in Kenya. I don't think democracy is working for us. Democracy is not working for Kenya, and the best form of leadership that can be in Kenya is that we divide the country into the traditional provinces that used to be there. Then we ensure that these political big figures, these tribal leaders, be governors of provinces, like we have here in the US. Like, you know, a big man, Kalonzo, will be in charge of Eastern. We don't really care what he does with Eastern. Then we have Nyanza being in charge with Raila Odinga. We don't care. Coastal region, they can come with whatever leader that they want to come up with. And so on. When we have that kind, maybe we'll have sanity. When we do that, we can have sanity in our politics. But without that, then maybe communism can be a form of rule that can really help Kenya, because what our leaders do is not anything different from North Korea or in Russia. This is a country where you hear that the head of the military has crashed with a plane, and we move on. Life inaendelea tu. People have been killed, over 90, 70 people, and we move on. We come here on air, we talk about it like it is a way of life. In the village where I come, a politician kills a supporter, and it is okay. We move on with it. Somebody picks up a gun, shoots, kills people. We are okay with it, so long as they are a politician. But another thing, lastly, Mburu, there is this class battle that William Ruto had introduced. He introduced it in a clever way, that Mama Mboga coming onto the table. Makiadi, what you will witness in 2027 is something that you've not seen before. That is why William Ruto is using all his resources to ensure that Raila Odinga is on his side. The elections that are coming in 2027 is not the election that you see on a daily basis on each and every 5 years. This will be a bit different. It will be more informative, new players in the game, as in terms of voters. We are talking about adding about 20 million plus voters into the system, plus those who are going to be issued with those IDs and all that. So the stakes are very high in this election. And saying that there's nobody who can marshal Raila Odinga in terms of, coming up with the campaign funds. I think the business community, we know the tribe that they come from. They will do what is necessary to marshal up a campaign and to oil their campaign effectively. So 2027, my worry is the guy who is going to be the IBC commission chair, the guy who is going to take after Chebukati. We have seen the trend. If it is you, Jeffrey Mburu, we know that if still the elections are going to be stolen, if you are going to be compromised, then you'll end up dying. There is no shortcut about it.
No, they should. I think they should try me.
No.
The only problem is that I'm not a lawyer. I have what it takes.
Mise is given the job, or Darius, my friend, or Makiadi. You know me, anaambia tu in advance. Let me just send you my contribution while you're still alive. That ndio pesa yangu ya machanga nimekutumia.
Can you conclude so that we go to Mise?
Hii ni pesa yangu ya matanga nimekutumia. Wewe utakufa tu. Asante sana bwana.
Mise, can you give us your final remarks? Unmute yourself. You are still muted.
Uko mute, Mise.
Yeah. Okay, all right. I think it was not unmuting for some reason. Now, I just wanted to say that no one can host William Ruto is other than Raila Amolo Odinga is the very statement my brother Makiadi used by saying that is the hard mentality that we have, the hard stand that we have, the brainwash that we have, that only Raila Amolo Odinga is the liberation, is the hope of liberation in Kenya. No, we have young people who are capable, that are actually people like Raila Amolo Odinga are afraid of. They are not supporting them, and anytime they make a move to be able to go to another level, they get their efforts are suppressed. I just want to say that we want to do away. And one thing I totally agree with you, Makiadi, is that Raila is a conman. Raila is opportunistic. He's a businessman. He sees an opportunity and takes advantage of it. And therefore, there is nothing that is going to gain if Simbaneta, if you can mute your mic, it brings an echo.
It's muted.
Okay. So, yeah, thank you. So I don't think that Raila Amolo Odinga, the teams that are coming, they don't have nothing to give Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga is an expensive, venture for Kenyans, and therefore he will go where he's going to get what you rightfully explained, Makiadi, and you said it very well. And therefore, that's why we need Raila Amolo Odinga. We need to send him to retire so that we can groom other new leaders. People like Babu Win, people like who have come up. Why can't we give them an opportunity? Why is it that we must give the old people, why should we trust our lives with these old people who have failed us again and again and again in the name that they're the ones that will liberate us? We need new and fresh blood in the government so that they can bring change in our country and restore sanity in our country. And the truth is, most of these people come and give us good promises. The same way Makiadi, Raila Amolo Odinga promised you of some things, the same way Ruto promised us. And we all are fools in the same basket because all of us tulidanganywa. Na sasa tunakulwa tu na hao watu tunaona wanatukula wako hapa. So none of us can go back and say, niliwaambia ama tuliambiwa. Both of us tulidanganywa na bado tukaona Raila is an enemy and a beacon of hope. But that very same beacon of hope is in the very same person mwenye alikuwa anapiga. Kumbuka hivi, William Ruto fought for Raila during the Kibaki time. In fact, you would have thought William Ruto ndiye alikuwa anatafuta kura. He fought for him. And I believe Raila anarudisha mkono. A time when Raila needed William Ruto was there. And I think during the GNC when Raila needed, William Ruto needed Raila Amolo Odinga, Raila stepped in because these people are on the same level, but speaking from different sides of the mouth. Thank you. Oh, and again, for the record, Makiadi, yes, we do have a system on how you become a citizen, a Kenyan citizen. And to some is followed to the letter. To some is not followed to the letter. Okay? But again, vile umesema, the highest bidder carries the day. It's like we have, for example, when it comes to adoption. Right now, Kenya has the most strict laws when it comes to adoption. I don't know if people manage to do child trafficking, but Kenya has the most strict child adoption. Adoption laws that protects children from being, trafficked as it used to be. And lastly, when it comes to this northeastern thing, I think it's a political statement, like you said, my brother, and nothing we can do about it. Everyone anajitafutia, sisi tuko hapa tunaumia. What we can do, we can only come here, speak. Tukimaliza tunarudi nyumbani, tunakunywa maji, tunalala. Asante.
I'd seen Simbanata. Darius, menyamaza sana bana. Can you say something? I think I'll give you maybe, yeah.
Yeah, my closing remarks. Yes. First of all, I appreciate.
I really don't want you to have a closing remarks. We can go on for about 10 more minutes because I think Manani is called Mburu is still having some dinner. Atakuja kumaliza. So
yeah. So I want to agree with my brother Makiadi. It was a masterclass presentation by him, by the way. We are saying the same thing. This issue about IEBC, the money that is being given, 60 billion that is being requested for, this is money going to be used for coronation. Unfortunately, me personally, I'm not for Ruto. I don't want him to win, but that is just what that money is going to be used for. Unfortunately, this same Ruto used Gachagua, who is now acting to be a saint, to push away IEBC. You know, those people who had to run away for their lives, and even the one who went to face the tribunal, which was already having a mind of its own. They were pushed away by people that Gachagua actually put them. I remember even one witness was from Kirinyaga. I don't know where this guy went. He was always on TV. And these are the people that kicked IEBC, and now we are in a stalemate because of them. You know, some of these actions that we do, especially as people, you know, our parents waliuza ng'ombe si twende shule, and then when we come out here, we make decisions that are blunderful to the whole country, and we just say we are sorry, and we have a whole 4 years. You know, now me, I'll be almost 60 years old after the next election. I've wasted my time because people don't want to do the right thing, and we know the right thing to be done. Now imagine Ruto getting another 5 years. It's another waste of our lives. Surely this guy is all about, who goes to a church and gives 120 million and he says that I started as a farmer. You know, it's a joke. But anyway, like Makiadi said, these people do not have money. And when he says they do not have money, it does not mean that they do not have money because they were not born with money. They do not know how to solicit it outside money from people even abroad and say, hey, push us here, we want to do this and this. It's only Raila who can do that in Kenya right now. Even now at his 80 years old, he's still, you heard even Mr. who is a lawyer, he's saying that he was given money by the government to go to AU. If you ask him if he has evidence, he does not. This is something that is just ridiculous. This man can amass his own money. Let me tell you, a person like Kalonzo Musyoka, they will not last with the Gachagua. Kalonzo Musyoka, do you know why he has supported Raila? When you support me and we go for campaigns, we sit down and say, okay, do this. We need 600 million. Are you giving 300? I'm giving 300. Kalonzo can never do that. He says, I want to give 2 million. For who? And then me, I give my 300 million for you to be president? No way. Gachagua loves money, and they're going to go separate ways because of money. Because of money for campaign, they will not agree. Anyway, second point was to Mise. Mise, what I was saying about Raila following the law, maybe you didn't understand. When a very emotive election is announced, if Raila, and now I think you have understood that Raila has a very popular following. Even now, people who could not stand Ruto are even talking his language. He's the only man who can change people like that. So when this guy accepts the Supreme Court decision, and then after 2 or 3 weeks goes for Mandamano, it is a Mandamano for the opposition to challenge the government either because of taxation or which is mandated in the constitution. It does not mean he has violated anything. This is his right. But he accepts. I have not accepted the verdict, but I have accepted the law says that if the Supreme Court makes a decision, whoever has been appointed is fine. He has done this 3 times. Hata huyu mwenye tuko naye kwa hii nchi hapa alikataa kupeana sword na saizi unamwona anaongea vibaya. Si watu wengi wanakubali hiyo kitu. This man anajaribu. Number 3, Mburu is I wanted him to be here for me to even address him, to call him out of this supporting of this man Gachagua. This man is a joker. Look, today
I'm here. I'm listening.
Oh, you're listening, Mburu. Mburu, you're one of the best people in this panel, and I'm really worried about you going in the wrong direction again. In this era, after Gen Z opened our eyes because we have been so blinded all this time. The Gen Z said we are not tribal. The thing that kicked this guy out had that tribal thing on his back. Do you know even today? Go and listen to Gachagua tomorrow, the previous day. Gachagua even today said in church, sisi tumeona hapa, Wakisi watatupatia milioni 3, Wakikuyu Central watatupatia milioni 5. Who still does that kind of politics? Wewe Mukamba watatupatia 3 million votes. He's still taking us. He's counting me, say, Mzalendo, Makiadi, Darius, and Mburu, like he puts us in a bag and says we are 4 million for him. But, and I repeated this, I was a procurement officer. When he was a vice president, for him to pick a phone and call a procurement officer for a check, it shows you how much he loves money. But today, he's not even calling us by name. He's calling us 4 million. Upper Central tuko na 4 million, upper tuko na 3 million. How can that be a leader, Mburu? That you, a person who, even I see when you write on the group chat, you are a very, very, very logical person. This is not a person you can even think that he has a plan. This is a person who thinks that me, Central, needs to give me 6 million votes for me to go back up there and give my children business. All these business deals he was doing with his children. None of them was doing with anybody outside his family. And right now, this guy, I think, is in danger because Ruto is not like Raila. Raila is very forgiving. This guy Ruto knows everywhere that he has touched. And you know him, anakimbia kwa TV kila siku kuropoka ya huyu hajaanza kuropoka yake. You know, not everybody is patient like Uhuru. Now I understand why Uhuru never responded to this guy. This guy, first of all, is a rookie. He was only a one-term MP. For him to jump up to VP, that was too fast for him. And that is why we tell people like Babu, who I support very much. Babu, there is a way you walk in this process. You see this boy called, this Gen Z boy, ODM juice. This boy, he looked back and forth. You know when a good friend of mine like Mr. calls Raila Conman, I really laugh. Let me tell you why. He is sitting on his very beautiful house. Look at his curtains, the way they're good. Watching Raila on TV, going to face tear gas at 80 years old, alone on the streets with his people. If anything happens to Raila, it is Raila's life that is gone. But when he comes back and says, now he has been given 2 million to come down, now they say, now you are a conman. But the risk that he has taken for you to see that democracy can be pushed to the wall is what you are not seeing. You see, so we are two-faced. Unfortunately, Kenyans, we are two-faced. And Sisi, here, I think most of us were on the same generation. We already failed the country. Even if we Gen Z walikuja kwa hii platform yetu wakatuacha, walisikia tu bado tunaongea lugha yetu. We have to stop being two-faced and say the reality. I'm really scared of what Makiadi said, that this guy was going to be done a coronation, because it is the truth. But I'm praying that this Matiang'i or somebody formidable can stand and say, can challenge this guy. You know why? Because look at the other day when Martha Karua was launching a party. I've done a better birthday party for my daughter than that. What is that? Purple and pink and people dressed like a tuoli. What do you mean? And you want to take the governance of the country. You have to show people you are serious when you're going to deal with people who can give in a church 120 million. You know, you can't come with like that haphazardly. Did you see the MCs there? She's picking people from Kenya National Theatre. After they cannot dress. And these are the people who say, tutashikana. Let me tell you, if that is the people that are going to challenge Ruto, and huyu Ruto, unajua, acha nikwambie, mimi naombaga tu Mungu amchukue, anaonekanaga mgonjwa, but sisi wenyewe wa Kenya, we are so confused, we don't know even who to speak, because ukiangalia hata huyo Wamalwa mwenyewe, he cannot even put on a suit, anavaa suti na kofia juu. Sasa hii ni ujinga gani? We have to stop being two-faced and look at the reality. This guy will walk away with this thing because of our stupidity, not because of anything else, but our stupidity. And that is what Makiadi is trying to politely tell us. Thank you very much.
Darius, I like your submission. You have said that Wamalo anavaa suti na kofia. You become one of those Trump supporters who was calling out on Zelensky. Why are you not wearing a suit and you're coming at the negotiating table? I mean, anyway, let us just jump into what I think many Kenyans are asking themselves. And you know, perhaps we are not saying the right things. Now, Makiadi, what fundamental changes are needed in Kenya's politics? right now to ensure that we have good leadership? What do you think? How are we going to get good leadership?
Yeah, yeah, Mzalendo, I like this panel. You guys are very much informed. You are very well informed, very educated people. But at the back of that, we should be asking ourselves, and I think I'll emphasize what my brother Darius is saying here. Among the people who are looking to run for presidency in Kenya, that team of Eugene, the team of the senator from Kisii, the likes of Kalonzo and Gachagua, who is going to run for president among those people? If you ask me, if I ask you Mzalendo, we kwa hiyo group yote unaona ni mtu gani ambaye atasimama president, alafu nani atakuwa deputy president? Because from where I see it, hata huyo Gachagua mnasema anataka kuform the next government, he was impeached. He cannot run for elective office in our country.
Makiadi, wacha ni kujibu tu kidogo ndio uendelee.
Yes.
Me, this is what I think, and I've been grumbling over that thought for a long time. Is that Kenyans majority of Kenyans don't want William Ruto. Neither do they want whether he joins Raila Odinga or not. They would not vote for that group. But yes, we are also saying that despite everything, the elections will still be rigged. That is the conclusion that we have made. But now we are looking at a leader who is going to ensure that we have new elected leaders in all the assemblies, like Senate and all that. Whether it's going to be a minority in those houses, but he is going to check on the government of the day. Whether elections are going to be rigged or not, he's going to check on the government of the day. How do we come up with this leader? Forget about what you are seeing, like these leaders who are coming up, Gachagua and Kalonzo. My thought would be if we could advertise the position of the presidency of Kenya and enable and contract a company like PwC to look for the best suited candidate for this particular position. Then the interviews are conducted in public, then they are shortlisted. Maybe the four of them, one will become the president, the number two will become the deputy, the speakers of both houses, like that. That process will be seen as owned by Kenyans. And if you can do that, and all this Kalonzo can participate in the interview. So this guy can face William Ruto. If we can come up with a process like that, that is my thought. What do you think?
You are speaking very flowery language, Zalendo. Let's just agree here that as a country, democracy is not working for us. The bottom line is we have tried democracy, we have tried to change the constitution, we have tried to come with a very robust constitution, a constitution that we say is better than all the constitutions that have ever been, whatever in Africa, promulgated in Africa, and we have not changed our mentality. So the problem is not with the documents that we use. The problem is not with the system that is in place. The problem is with the people, our minds, our mindset. When we changed the constitution in 2010, we thought that we are a people that would adhere to the rules and norms of the constitution, and we would transform the system of governance in Kenya to be progressive. We have failed to do that. So we should be arguing here. Do we still want to maintain democracy in Kenya? And democracy is not just voting for the president and voting for your elected leaders. Democracy is adherence to the constitution. When you see people come into those offices and swear, take an oath to protect and serve as per the constitution, and then a few months later, they turn against their own people, the people who put them into that office, then it means there's a fundamental change that needs to take place in our country. We have failed as people to guard ourselves against rogue regimes, against rogue individuals, and we have submitted ourselves to people who can buy loyalty and people who can buy support because of the tribes they command. So Mzalendo, even if we decide to bring PwC to give us a president, as long as that president goes into that office and does not adhere to the constitution, then we are still going to have the same problems that we have. You know, when we say checking the government, which you're saying, Mzalendo, we should have people who can check the government. What does check the government mean? Does it mean having an opposition that cannot be compromised? That has failed. It has failed to a certain extent, to an extent that even the majority, the team that wins the majority of seats is declared as an opposition, as a minority. It goes to court. The court says, hey, we know very well that at the time of the election, after the election, these are the people that won the majority of the seats. It comes back to parliament, and the speaker of parliament, Wetangula, says that is just an opinion of the court. So we are a people who do not hear or adhere to the laws that we set to govern us. And so I don't think this is going to change anytime soon. What I think was the solution to our problem was to embolden what we call devolution. And if Irungu Kangata is doing whatever he's doing in Murang'a, and James Orengo is doing something in Siaya different, we should be asking James Orengo, why are you not doing what Irungu Kangata is doing in Murang'a? Because I do not care what happens up there, if at all at the bottom level, hapa chini kwa county, ninapata zile services zenye zinafanyika katika county, zinafanyika vizuri, zinanifikia kama mwananchi. So you have governors that are performing. You can see maendeleo ikifanyika pande ingine, na pande ya kwenu unakuta ni siasa inafanyika peke yake. If we can strengthen devolution, ile pesa inatoka kwa government, national government, ikifika chini inafanya kazi, hakuna mtu utasikia anang'ang'ana nani ni president, because kama ni education itakuwa mzuri, healthcare itakuwa mzuri, barabara Mzalendo, ukienda unaendesha lami mpaka kwa nyumba yako. That is where we want to go. Otherwise, this thing will never change. The presidency, the way a president is elected in Kenya, is never going to change. The majority will come together and decide who rules the minority in our country. As I finish, I had a point about the IEBC. Mzalendo umesema vizuri. The IEBC commissioner, the chair of the IEBC job, that's a cast job. Hiyo ni kazi ambayo imelaaniwa. Tumeona, unajua sasa, at least tumejua, lakini wanadamu huanga learn. People do not learn. In fact, nilikuwa naona the former chairman Isaac Hassan alikuwa anauliza kwa interview, anashangaa sana akiona watu wana apply kazi ya chairman wa IEBC. He is surprised because kama wewe ni mtu wa akili mzuri, umeona ile vitu imefanyika kwa Kivuitu, is almost the same thing ambayo imefanyikia Chebukati. And you see people are suffering. Hiyo mateso ya watoto wa watu kuuawa kwa streets, wakikuwa abducted, wakipotea masiku wanapatikana kwa morgue, city mortuary. Wakina mama wanatafuta watoto wao miezi 2-3. Watoto hao wakipatikana wanapatikana wamekufa. Hiyo machozi, it goes back to the election that happened. And if the results were official and if the results were true. It goes back there. There are so many people who have suffered because of a bad election in Kenya. And this, hata ukiwa umelipwa pesa ngapi, hata ulipwe bilioni ngapi, ukifikiria unaenda kukaa chini retire kule mali yako, itakufuata. Kwa sababu ni kitu ya haramu, si kitu ya haki. Mzalendo, mimi nikiwa kitambo niliambiwa makosa kubwa ni kukula pesa ya matanga. So ile pesa ya IBC chairman anaahidiwa na politician ndiye afanye corrupt election, ni kama kula pesa ya matanga. You cannot survive. Itakufuata hata ufanye namna gani. It will catch up with you because there are things that money can't buy. Good health cannot be bought by money. So Chebukati has passed away and the country is celebrating. Half of the population is saying wacha aende kwa sababu yeye ndiye amefanya hii shida tuko nayo saa hii. You know, people are saying he is the cause of all this trouble we have right now as a country. So hata wale watu ambayo wataingia kwa hiyo kiti hata kama Ruto atasema unanimously, unilaterally, sorry, aseme this is the person mwenye ninachagua because najua mtu ataenda kubid agenda yangu, we are still going to the same. Because Waafrika na Wakenya wakiona pesa, they can do anything. We are still going to have a botched election. We are still going to have a rigged election. And we are still going to get a leader that people did not vote for. Hapo ndio tunaelekea 2027. Na hakuna kitu inaonekana. If you look ahead right now, hakuna dalili ya mabadiliko. There's no signs of change. Watu unasema tupatie Maraga kwa sababu alikuwa Chief Justice. He's a just man. But what tells you, what guarantees you that hata ukipatia Maraga IBC chair aende kushikilia kitu hapo, ataletewa the correct numbers? Because from the Supreme Court ruling tuliambiwa ya kwamba as long as the chairman ametangaza results, hizo ndio results official. So we are always going to have somebody who will come up with results, cook results, na hizo ndio atatangaza. Na ule mtu atakuwa ametangazwa kama mshindi, we cannot even verify ya kwamba yeye ndiye ameshinda. I would have wished tuwe na system in our country, because mimi nakubaliana na nyinyi panel. I agree with you. The numbers that are against William Ruto out there ni mingi sana. If we have a clean election yenye unasema mzalendo simama na ballot paper yako kwa line, na hiyo ballot paper unaweka kwa box, itahesabiwa. I can tell you for free, saa 3 asubuhi Ruto atakuwa ameenda nyumbani, because Ruto has caused so much pain to Kenyans. So we have the numbers to send William Ruto home. But the question is, the system that we have in place, is it going to help us eject Ruto from office? Where I sit, I don't think so. I don't think so. And finally, as I finish, I will repeat again. The alternative team led by Rigathi Gachagua is not the Messiah that we've been waiting for. I can tell you for free, I will repeat again every day of the week. These people are only making noise because they are out of government. It is as simple as that. If something happens right now and the Supreme Court says the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua was unconstitutional and he should resume office with immediate effect, I can tell you for free, Rigathi Gachagua atarudia default mode. Mahali alikuwa akituambia yeye hawezi kaa chini na opposition, aongee kitu yoyote, ile kitu wanajua ni kupeleka Raila Odinga retire. Yeye wakati Gen Z wanaenda kwa barabara wakipigwa risasi nje ya parliament, Rigathi Gachagua hawezi ongea because ako kwa serikali na hataki kuonekana ya kwamba anapinga serikali. So this is the same person. The only difference is he's on the other side of the gate right now. If an opportunity comes, na ingia pande ingine ya gate, atabadilisha nguo, atabadilisha suti, arudi ile Rigathi Gachagua. It is the same for all these politicians, including Kalonzo and the Johos that we know. Joho ni mtu one of the guys mwenye alikuwa ameswear ya kwamba hatawahi kufanya kazi na Ruto. Saa hizi ukiangalia Joho ndiye anasimama juu ya gari akitetea Ruto. The Kabogos, the people who were sworn enemies of William Ruto because aliwariga out ya Jubilee TNA election, ndio saa hizi wanasema ya kwamba Mount Kenya iko ndani ya serikali na mtu asikudanganye. Why? Because the government is on their side and they are in the government right now. So these people are all the same. I would have wished we have a new generational kind of leadership in our country. Clean, clean generation ambayo haijaionja politics. Na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo ingebadilisha nchi yetu. But from the way I look at it, and go believe the words of this guy that anaitwa nani, Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi alikuambia hakuna president wa Kenya amewahi kuwa president for less than 2 terms. The constitution says 2 terms, William Ruto atakuwa 2 terms. Take that word to the bank kutoka kwa Oscar Sudi, because they know what they are doing. Thank you.
Hey, asante sana Makiadi. I think on that note, tunaendelea tu on your opinion on the questions that are posed there. But Makiadi, you brought in a very important aspect of governance. Let us concentrate on the county government and see that they bring development to the people. Hii mambo ya concentrate on the presidency and it is not working. For now, let us just work with the county government. The problem is the county leadership is also controlled by the politicians. So sijui tutakuwa wapi. In the county where I come from, they just launched a mode of transport ya kupeleka mizigo kwa soko. So the governor in my county is giving out these donkeys so that zipeleke chakula kwa soko. Na amelaunch sasa, hiyo ndio inaitwa development project ya governor wa
kwani unatoka Homa Bay. That donkey seems like it's from Homa Bay.
Maana anatoka Homa Bay.
I think
the way you put it, that donkey seems to be from Homa Bay.
Yeah. I think your governor is being primed to become the second in the hierarchy of the country.
Yes, that is the second in command. That will be your deputy president.
Yeah. So kama inapangwa.
Darius, karibu. On that note, Darius, Dari, if you're still there, ama umeingia kazi kidogo. Now, as we wait for Darius, Mise pia ametoka kwa set kidogo, but I think they'll be back. But Makiadi, look at you know.
Niko area bwana Nick.
Hata mimi niko.
Okay, sawa.
Nimetoka kukaa nikasimama.
Darius, umesikia Makiadi vizuri sana.
Sasa nimesikia Makiadi na mimi ningewaomba hivi, kama mna namba ya Makiadi, jaribuni mchukue namba yao, kwa sababu hata mimi nimeumia sana nikijiambia Ruto atarudi kwa president, lakini I'm healing. Huyu jamaa nimeona anajua kuweka hiyo dose pole so that isikuumize sana, uanze kuzoea, because problem tuko nayo saizi kubwa Nick ni hatuna mtu. Kila mtu mwenye ako hapo hivyo nakwambia is a joker. All these people are jokers. Hakuna mtu wa maana. Hata I was making a point and then I got strayed a little bit. You see, nilikuwa naongea about Makoure. Si anaitwa Makoure? You know this boy aliangalia hivi, anajipeleka maandamano, alafu sasa amepigwa tiaga sana ruka sijui Nyao House, au watoto tena wenyewe wanachukua picha yake wanaanza kumuimitate. Unasikia? Sasa alijiuliza, na sasa mimi nikikufa huko nitaambia nini Mungu? Nilikufia nini? Hata si watoto wananijali. Si afadhali tu niende nishikue mkono hapa nitapatanga kitu, naweza nikajimove na hapo hivyo. To me, he has even made the right move, because sometimes wacha nikwambie, hizi vitu zina need a lot of mentoring, because hii politics ya Kenya si politics ya wanyonge. Hii kitu iko na mambo mingi sana ndani. Sisi tunaona tu tunaona the front part of it. Ati you know, unaweza enda tu sijui usimame ukuwe governor. Huyu kijana anaongelesha watu na madharau siku hizi. Huyu jamaa wa kwenu huyu Msomali anakuwa kutoka huko Nyanza, anaitwa nani?
Anaitwa Junet Mohamed.
Yes, unaona Junet alisema story yake venye alipata tiketi ya ODM mara ya kwanza. Kila mtu alimhurumia. Venye alikuwa amenyimwa, Anyang' Nyong'o anampeleka hivi, sijui nini. But hebu sikia kenye nani anakuambia saizi Makiadi. Huyu mtu venye ameshika hii pesa saizi. Hebu ona vile anaongelesha watu. Saizi nani atakunyima makaratasi ya ODM kama si huyo Junet saizi? Na yeye ndio alikuwa example yetu mzuri kusema hapa ni pabaya, kabla uingie kwa hii siasa utafanyiwa hivi na hivi na hivi. Tulikuwa tunafikiria yeye atatusaidia hivi, but look now, yeye ndio anasimama pale anaongea vibaya vile anataka, anaongelesha watu vile anapenda, mtu mwenye tulikuwa tunataka kuweka nini zetu, tulikuwa tunataka kuweka hope zetu kwake. So hebu niambie, instead of Kenyan politics kufanya watu waelewe, you need to, that's why niliaddress Mburu, because niliona hivi, you know, sometimes mimi kwanza nilifeel vibaya, Gachagua anasukumwa nini, but huyu mtu venye ameenda nje, you know, if they don't control him ataenda. Me and you Mzalendo, we have been government officials, kuna kwa na swearing ya oath ya kuna siri zingine za serikali fai kusema. How sure are you mtu atasema? Because akiona microphone anapata orgasm, and he gets overexcited, anaanza kusema vitu zingine zenye hata anakuwa worse than Miguna. He has made Miguna look like a child. Miguna alikuwa anaropoka vitu zingine mpaka Raila anamnyamazia. Sasa hizi huyu jamaa anaropoka. You know, it is easy for Makiadi to give you analysis that this guy is hurt because he's outside the government. Kwa nini ulilipa mpaka lawyers kupigania hiyo kiti? Sasa ile uko nje unajifanya ati mimi hata sikuwa nataka, mimi nilikuwa namkataza, sijui nini, nilikuwa naambiwa niseme. I mean, it is seriously crazy. Mimi personally nikiona, naona ni kama this ship, the way penye inaelekea, hii country is just going to the dogs, because Ruto mwenyewe hii country imemshinda. Huyu mtu alienda kwa Raila kupiga magoti kusema hii country imenishinda, nisaidie, because hawezi na sasa huyo ndio mtu mwenye tu bado atarudi tu hapo another 10 years. So we have another 8 years roughly, because from today is 3 years to elections plus another 5, that is 8. So we have another decade of pure nonsense. Hebu angalia the minister that he appointed because of Wetangula for health. Do you know in any country people don't joke with health? Na huyu jamaa amejoke na health at the worst. Saizi unajua, thank God us guys now we are talking here, we are of good health. Maybe we are not tunameza dawa zetu, but we can talk and we can move. Kuna mtu saizi yuko kwetu Busia, hata baiskeli hezi mbeba juu hawezi songa, na akifika kwa hospitali anaambiwa arudi nyumbani, atisha ijapitisha sijui na NSSF sijui ingia hapa. Yani they have gambled in the middle of a crisis, wakaweka kitu yenye hata wenyewe hajajipanga. You know, they didn't do something called a test run. Walisema tu SHA inaanza kesho, computer sijui kid funds haijapelekwa huku, serikali sijui tunaidai nini. Kuna madaktari walikuwa nakulia kwa NSSF wana sabotage. They did not look at the stakeholders. And this is how hii government ifanya kazi. Every time they implement something they don't care about the stakeholders, alafu inakuja na waumiza. Ebu ingaji nika na dharau ODM imeingia serikali. Ebu look at the way this guy called Minister for Treasury, your guy from Homa Bay also, Mbadi. Ebu angalia vile Mbadi amecheza na akili yetu vizuri. Amejipeleka Jakaranda. Mbadi amejipeleka Jakaranda, akajifanya anaongelesha watu. Amejipeleka kwa podium ya X, akasema anaongelesha majenzi. Hii hapa natoa, hii ndaongeza. Do you know, ule Njuguna is a bright mind in treasury, but hawezi ji-explain, hawezi ongea. Sasa hebu niambie, hii finance bill inaweza ikapita because watu watasema lakini Mbadi alienda Jakaranda, lakini Mbadi alienda kwa watu, Mbadi aliita watu kwa ofisi. You know, some of these jobs they just need communication. Kukula itakulwa, but na need communication. Na communication, hii cartoon zenye Ruto alikuwa ameweka at first, none of them was communicating, including now. Hebu angalia ni Minister for Health. Hata I'm sure Mazalendo ujui jina mama. Huyu mama ni wa kwetu. Yani hata kuji-explain ni kama anataka kulia. You know, hata mimi namsikiliaga huruma. Ati this is the minister who is supposed to take care of my father who is diabetic. Surely. Tulifika huku siku gani? You know, at some point we have to pull our socks and say yenyewe vitu ziko vibaya. Na hapo ndo penye huyu jamaa ametufikisha. Unaona? Asante bwana.
Mise bwana, wacha tufunge show. Tumepiga 3 hours. Your closing remarks. Vitu zimeenda mbaya.
Darius, Ebu fungua camera for a second.
Unataka Darius for a second. Alafu tuambie mambo ya Marekani bwana. Marekani
Darius. Yaani hata wewe you are seated from your comfort na unatuambia hauna evidence. Unatuambia tu William Ruto alienda akapiga magoti.
Kisikia hii maisha bwana, tutaishiaje hii nchi? Tutaishiaje?
Yeah. So now let's maybe talk a little bit about the US. I mean, there's something I saw there. One second. Let me call you back. So there's something I saw in when Zelensky visited the White House. I don't think they treated him right. You know, the way I feel like they harassed him. They wanted to coerce him so that he can sign a deal. That out of coercion, that he's desperate. They pin him down. They tell him you're not.
Sorry for that.
Yeah, they tell him that you're not in the good state of mind to make that decision now. But what he was saying was genuine. Nobody knows the future. You can't be in the same waters tomorrow. You know, America can be in a war the same way Ukraine is at war with Russia. Matter of fact, who are your neighbors, right? Who borders US? So I found that the way the Vance and I mean, Donald was very reasonable at the beginning, but I think Vance agitated the emotions of Donald Trump to put down the president. You don't do that to a fellow president. You don't put a man who has come out to say that I need help, my people are dying, but you are looking at their people in terms of money. I don't know what is your take on that? I mean, they belittled him, but I like the guy who was very, strong and focused on what he was saying. He was not emotional, regardless of how, starting from the journalist, come to the vice president and the president, and I felt like that was outrageous. Even when he had shown them how his people are dying, he showed them the images and he said, look, we are ready to exchange with you the licenses of the drones. We are good. We are the largest manufacturer and in production of drones right now, and we are willing to work with the United States. But I didn't like the response. What's your take, guys?
Wacha niseme kitu lakini sasa nitaongea na Kiswahili, najua niko kwa hao watu. So
watu jua vitu unaongea.
Unajua anakuwa sawa wewe. Anyway, hakuambii kura mpaka uone kwa box. So anyway, unajua makosa ya kwanza ilikuwa kwa hiyo the whole situation ilikuwa VP anaongea mbele ya president. Unajua haijaifanyika. VP kazi yako si kuongea hapo. Hao watu wawili wako level same. Prezo na prezo. Sasa unajua penye huyu jamaa alikuwa anaingilia, kwanza hata sijui kwa nini alikuwa anajaribu kutoa maoni hapo. Yeye hafai kutoa maoni. In fact huyu jamaa alikuwa analetea kusema mimi sitaki kuongea na uchali saa hizi. Juu mimi na deal directly na mdosi wa hapa juu level zetu ni same hivi, unajua? But hata venye huyu jamaa alimuuliza swali, wewe ushaienda huko hivyo? Unajua wao wanaongea vitu on paper juu wako na pesa. Unaona? But yeye anawaambia vile ground iko. Wanataka wewe sign hapa lakini wampatie security guarantee. Na anatrai kuwaambia ule jamaa asha violate mara 25 hiyo curfew arrangement. Si ati ni kitu hajafanya. Sawa, hebu niambie huyu huyu VP alianza kuambia huyu jamaa ati kwanza last year ulikuja hapa kukampeni ya Democrat. Hizo zinaingilia wapi? Nyinyi ndio mko kwa ofisi. Na wacha nikuambie, na nilisema kwa hii Afrika from day one, wakati Mise na Mzalendo na kina Mburu mlikuwa wafuasi sugu wa Ruto, niliwaambia kitu moja, ukitaka kujua watu hawezi uongozi, wewe ushashinda kiti. Nick ndio chairman wa Afrika, lakini bado anashinda akisema, lakini Darius vile alikuwaga hapa last year alifanya kazi vibaya sana. Huyu jamaa alisema pale hivyo, ulisikia zile jina aliita Biden pale, mtu mwenye amelala kwake anakunywa madawa zake za uzee. Alimuita jina zingine zenye hata ni unprintable. Ati huyo mtu mwenye mjinga mwenye alikuwa hapa hivi mpuzi kabisa sijui. Sasa unashindwa wewe, uko na huyu jamaa saizi, make deal na yeye, wacha kuvuruta jina za watu. Exactly vile wakina Ruto wakichukua kanto walikuwa wanashinda wakisema mambo ya kina Uhuru. Mpaka nilikuwa napigia Nick simu nauliza, huyu darling wenu ako na miezi 6 ameshaka kwa ofisi, baada anatuambia watu sijui wakina Uhuru walikuwa wanataka kutuibia kura, sijui walikuwa wanataka kutunyang'anya. Unajua hata vile budangu aliniambia, ukiona mwanaume anashinda kitembea mbele na anaangalia nyuma, jua hapo kuna shida. Na unajua mimi hata Kenya na watu wengi sana wanasema tu jamaa atasaidia sana hii country. Mimi niko na different opinion. Huyu kama si yeye atavuruga na mpaka tukuwe na shida nyingine hapa, hata hiyo ya vita yenye alikuwa anataja hapo ati World War. Juu jamaa alikuwa anamwambia huyu jamaa anataka kutupa weapons of mass destruction kwa maji. Na hiyo maji yakitupa kwa maji kwa ocean, si yeye peke yake ataumia, yeye atakufa, amekubali kukufa. But pia sisi tutadhurika kwanza huku US na nchi zingine mingi zile ndogo ndogo. Unajua? Usikie vile jamaa alimnyamazisha, tusituambie venye tutafeel. Yaani kwa kichwa yake kila kitu, kila siku akimaliza press conference anasemanga mambo ya pesa. We are going to make a lot of money here. Yaani saizi mambo ni pesa, mambo ya morals zako zote ameziweka chini. Si umesikia saizi ametoa kitu inaitwa gold card. Atika una $5 million unapatiwa direct, hata hakuna
unapewa direct.
Wacha hii mnalia hapa vetting ya Ruto. Hii sasa hakuna, unapewa tu shika, una pesa shika hii.
Kuja invest.
Kwa hivyo wewe Nick utakuwa unatokea mahali umeshika green card yako hivi, mtu anareda anakuambia wewe ruka line, huyu jamaa wa green card ni pesa yake ni kidogo. Tumekuwa bidhaa, yani sasa tumepangua. Sasa hii nchi imekuwa duka. Unaona? Imekuwa duka. Na unaona pia hapa tu, yani ni kama unaweza tuliba katiba ya hii nchi. Ndio maana tunateseka. Na saizi pia ukiangalia hii nchi tuna shida, wako na shida kama ya Kenya. Huyu jamaa ni mjinga, huyu jamaa ni mbuzi, but nani atamtoa? Ushaona Democrats vile wanakaa? Wanavaa suti bado za tailoring. Hao watatoana. So saizi mtu kama mimi nilikuwa najaribu kuambia nini kila siku mkimbia Busia na kama mang'ombe zangu saizi imefika 25. Huyu jamaa hizi nitukana. Lakini tukana ningia ndege naishia kama ule jamaa wa Ukraine. Mimi niko tu sawa. Kwa sababu saizi Kenya kimeumana, Ruto anaweza rudi. Huyu jamaa nasikia pia anataka kubadilisha katiba achape for life.
Usikii jamaa ameweka hapa anasema wanajeshi waishie. Wewe wadosi wa wanajeshi huko bana, kama we ni black wewe enda bana, hakuna story nyingine. So ana make sure kila kitu imelainishwa vile anataka. But ile kitu iko Mise, ile kitu ilifanyika pale was a disgrace. Ilikuwa ni kitu mbaya sana. Na ile vile watu wamesema kutoka hata hapa ndani ni ya kuwa hii nchi itamalizwa kutoka hapa ndani na mwenye hapa ndani. So hiyo ndio kitu itafanyika katika hii nchi. But I like what Europe and the rest have done. Wamekuja wakabak huyu Zelensky na wakamwambia hapana, umetendewa vibaya sana na Marekani. So we need to support you. So and demonstrations have been going on. Hata ukiona hapa US kuna demonstrations zinaendelea. Hapa ni so if you see those clips, then there is at least some hope. You see people demonstrating against what happened to Zelensky. Huko ni kama lingine inaitwa Vermont. Watu wamejam sana, alikuwa ameenda kuski. After kufanya hivyo, yeye anaenda kuski, ule mwingine anaenda kucheza golf mtaani. Huyu mwingine alikuwa ameenda kuski, after kuharibu, yeye anaenda huko na familia wanaenda kuski. Huyo mwingine ameenda kucheza golf exclusively, hawezi hata ona kitu anafanya. But ni shida kubwa sana kwa majirani wale walikuwa wanapenda hii nchi. Mr. What do you think about it? Uko Canada. What is Trudeau? Kwanza you guys, Trump anaita Trudeau yeye ni governor. Yeye ni governor wa Trudeau ni governor wa
upuzi tu. Unajua kuna upuzi ingine yenye watu wanaongea, but wanasiasa wanakuwa hivyo. Unajua Canada ni nchi kubwa, inafuata Russia. Second largest in terms of landmass ni Canada. Alafu 85% ya chakula yenu mnatoa kwetu. Mbao zinatoka kwetu. Electricity tunawasupply. Na unaona dola yetu iko chini kwa sababu ya kufanya biashara na nyinyi. And for the longest, maduka yenu, gari, all that. So the thing is, you have the market and we have the resources. You have the demand and we have the supply. That is why Canada imeanza kufikiria is having some talks with China. Canada and Mexico can work together. Canada and Mexico turn back to Tokyo, China, Russia. Russia ambayo si rafiki yenu. Unaona? So watafanya biashara, wakienda hivyo inamaanisha you are 335 almost 40 million people. Itakuwa ni kazi ngumu, lakini sisi we are about 40 million or 40 something million. So to manage this, we can trade with other countries which will always sustain. China has the market, India iko na market, so we can easily trade with this country. And again, I appreciate him, pushing Canada that way, by coming out and telling Canada, hey, wake up. For the longest we've had a relationship that has been amazing, and now is a time that mujitegemea. Sisi tunajitegemea in terms of kutafuta, we have the resources but hatuna market. Unaona, market yetu iko limited to 40 million people. Okay, so we can start working with other countries. And let me tell you, if Mexico said we are not supplying you human labor, we are not supplying you vitu zenye zinatoka kama chakula na vitu zingine, na Canada ifanye hivyo, ifanye the same, we are not supplying you mbao na kila kitu, mnatoa huwa your next. Venezuela wamekorogwa pale chini, unaona. Sasa ni nani mtakuwa karibu wa kufanya biashara na hawa? Alafu kumbuka Canada iseme aje tunatoka kwa NATO. Tutaki ku back up, we don't want to be your ally. Unajua Trump anasema ati ametupatia wanajeshi. Sisi Canada hitaji, haina adui. Wewe umesikia ni adui gani Canada inataka kuenda war naye? Haina adui. So inamaanisha Canada bado inaweza ikawak, because Canada is a friendly country. Is very diplomatic. Most of the time wanajeshi wa hapa wanaendanga vita ambayo si yao, ni yenu. Unaona, your own making. Canada had very good relationship na Libya, lakini wakati ule wa Gaddafi, Canada strained his relationship na Libya. Canada iko na good relationship in the Middle East, especially there's Kuwait, there's Iraq, there's hii ingine kuna moja nimesahau hapa,
Lebanon.
Not Lebanon, but there's one Iran. So but wakati wa through US huo uhusiano ikaharibika. So really and truly, imagine no supply of food, no supply of chukua your manufacturing jobs, because most of the time is you manufacture, you send them here, we assemble and we send them back. No. So that assembly line ina create jobs for Canada, but manufacturing mnafanya, okay? Manufacture some parts and we also manufacture some parts, and assembly we also do them here. Tuache tuseme hatununui gari zenyu, tumetani kwenda Europe, tunafanyaje? Unaona?
Kenya bwana, unasema Kenya tulikuwa na gari ingine ilitengenezwa na kama smoky.
Yani hiyo.
Dari uliona hiyo gari Kenya walitengeneza na kama smoky. Ile jiko ya sausage. Kenya Kenya
ilikuwa inaitwa Pioneer.
Inaka kama Pioneer, gari inaka kama jiko ya sausage. But you see now, mise hii nchi bana mali tunaelekea, ai boss, ni siku nzuri sana. Hapa tuko unaambiwa uishie anytime. Tuko tayari kumebeba tu bag anytime. Saa hii anytime unaambiwa uishie, because watu jamaa anataka kutengeneza ni nchi ya weupe, watu weupe peke yake. Unanielewa?
There's a governor wa Maine alinifurahisha sana. Trump alimwambia, are you not going to sign about
wa Maine
playing men not playing women's sport, right? Akamwambia, na walikuwa ina function, akamwambia wewe ndio unasikia unakataa, wewe akanyamaza, akamwambia, so are you not going to approve my, or accept and respect the executive order, implement? Wewe akamwambia no, akamwambia lazima utusikize, akamwambia only listen the federal law, federal state laws. Akamwambia we are the federal government. Akamwambia I'm not going to do that. We'll see you in court. Trump aungefikiria huyu ni president anajibishana na governor, ndio sasa anaanza kumwambia hata huko kwenyu haupendwi, hata ukupata ni mzuri.
Nikumbusha siku moja tumeenda na Darius mahali campus, hapo tukakutana na Mungiki for the first time. Mungiki walikuwa wameaprise. So hapa kuna vitu mbili, ufai kuongea, mko genini, mko surrounded na watu wanaambia wewe ukiongea tutawachinja. Darius ananiambia, boss please, hiyo mdomo yako acha, usiongea hapa ni tutakufa tuko. Now Zelensky juzi nikimwona, he was in that position. Maze uko ndani ya ofisi ya wenyewe, surrounded by, hata huyo jamaa mimi sijui kama alilala hiyo inchi. Mimi siwezi lala hiyo inchi hata kidogo. Na alilala kidogo tena nikamwona yuko huko UK. Wewe Darius unazalala hapo Amerika bwana, after kutritiwa hivyo. Mimi siwezi lala.
Lakini venye mimi nafikiria kunafaa kuwa na kitu naitwa citizen revolt. Na especially unaona venye saizi hata ingaji huyu jamaa huyu Ruto unamchekia, hata ukiangalia body language yake kuna mali vile amesukumwa, kabaridi kameingia. Kuna time president ilikuwa kitu kubwa, ati moyo anakuja kwa shule yenu mpaka kuna chimbwa mitaro ati apite na barabara sawa. Mnasimama kama mmejiku. Yani parents wetu walifanya to grow tukijua president ni God. Unajua? Sasa unajua bado uchali wa hapa kwetu bado anaishi na hiyo era. Bado
anaishi na hiyo era. Anataka kurudi kwa hiyo era. Si ati anataka kurudi kwa hiyo era.
Anajaribu kurudi kwa hiyo era. Lakini unajua hawa watu tumezaa kuanzia Gen Z juu ende
kwa hiyo. Ni machizi.
Hauwezi wa control vile sisi. Au hata uogopi jela, au uogopi death. Unajua hata unasikia hata saizi wanataka kufanya economic sabotage huko home. Pia hapa hata mi job yangu saizi mimi na job Amazon. Wamesema wanataka kuacha kununua vitu. Na unajua
walisema on 28 walisema hakuna kitu yote unabai huko kwa hizo makampuni za wadosi.
So hao wadosi wameshikana venye Kenya walifanya. Wadosi kama 5. Zile unapea mdosi wetu alikuwa pale kwa inauguration. Yeye kama hebu check ile swali walikuwa wanauliza ule chali wa Ukraine juzi. Ati umekuja umevaaje? Na ule best yake anakuja kama amevaa kofia na t-shirt.
Na katisha ndio anafungua. Nimefika.
Juzi alikuja na watoi wake na mama wa kuchunga watoi. Kwa hiyo place. Alafu saizi wanakuja kwa jamaa mwingine ati mbona umevaa hivi? So yani nakwambia wanadharau watu wadogo. So unajua jamaa wamejua wanampeanga do. Lakini
unajua akikampeni alikuwa amesema hivyo. Alikuwa amesema huyu jamaa akikuja hapa yeye kujaga kuchukua do zetu, unajua ameshajua hapa ndio mali anakuja kumilk, ataona. Lakini huyu jamaa alipiga umwake yake, ashajua yeye hapa hata nikienda hakuna kitu kitatokea hapa. Wewe imagine wewe Dari, wewe ni mgonjwa, wewe ni msik. Unadai jamaa jamaa anakuambia enyewe kukuweka kwa life supporting machine lazima usign off hii property yako, unaelewa?
Yes.
Yeah, hii ndio nikupatie hii oxygen tena, lazima tu ulipie, otherwise me yenyewe na unplug, nina unplug tu sahi. That is exactly vile alifanya, either usign something ama udai.
Yes.
Sasa hii kitu ama udai, kama utaki hii kitu na unplug, wewe ndo kufe.
Yeah, hivyo ndio. And I like, ilinifanya sikuwa nimesoma sana juu huyu jamaa. Ndio because nilishindwa how kuongea kwa hao watu wawili, maintain demeanor yako imebaki the same, umekasirika lakini amebaki hivyo. Huyo jamaa nilienda nikapata kumbe jamaa ukiangalia familia yake, ni jamaa ambaye yeye mwenyewe is a lawyer by profession, right? And his family, his father alikuwa ni engineer, ambaye computer cyber something, alidiscover vitu mingi sana in terms of technology. Alafu ukiangalia the grandfather, mamake alikuwa pia I think an engineer in something in a certain area. Uangalie grandfather yake alikuwa kwa jeshi, highest rank, so he is someone who has been brought up in a family that si family ndogo sana yenye ni anja, unaona?
Unaweza muintimidate.
Alafu hao watu, how stupid are they? Watu kitambo walikuwa wanavaanga gunia wakiwa kwa vita, as a way of saying that we are not celebrating, we are not atuko in the mood of the country's mourning. Watu uvaanga hivi, uvaa not the regular. Na ulisikia his answer, I liked it. I liked the answer. Amwambia maybe after the war I'll wear a costume, maybe better than yours, maybe expensive than yours. Yani ile kumwambia indirectly kwamba
or maybe something cheaper than that, I don't know.
I don't know. Naambia yani unajua mimi ni rahisi, naweza afford hizi vitu. Niko na something that you don't have. Unaona? So ndio nakwambia ni kazi ngumu. Kuna jamaa anasema hapa Zelensky says he's ready to sign the mineral deal with the US. Akimake hiyo joke.
No. Alisema so long as mnamwambia hii deal nikisign iko na nini ndani? Si ati ni sign tu deal. Is it protecting? Nikisign leteni jeshi yenu ikae huku. Mkimain jamii yenu iko hapa. And you know the problem hapa iko hivi. Kuna zile ma provinces Russia imesha annex kutoka Ukraine. So hakuna vile huyu jamaa anakubali kusaini hizi vitu while ye ati anaambiwa, unajua ile anaambiwa wewe sign tu huku mbele, si tunajua itakuwa tu sawa. Unajua ile mtu unakwambia ule jamaa tunaenda kunegotiate na yeye, si tunamjua wewe sign, wewe zingine tuachie.
Ulisikia nani akimwambia ati kuna kitu alimwambia, alafu Zelensky akamwambia wewe ulikuwa president 2016 na ukawa president hii time yote when these decisions were made, you were the president. So nani Donald Trump akamnyamazisha in a way. But it is what it is, man. Vita ni mbaya. Anamwambia huyu mtu amechukua watoto wa Ukraine, amewabadilisha hata mpaka majina. Why do you think anafanya hivyo? Mzalendo, why do you think amechukua watoto na akawabadilisha majina?
Watoto wa nani?
Wa Ukraine.
Unajua hii kuna vitu zile lazima uelewe hapa. Unajua watu ni walikuwa USSR, initially ilikuwa ni USSR.
Yes.
So hapa Ukraine pia kuna watu wale wa Ukrainians wale wana support huyu Putin, wanatoka kwa hiyo tribe yake ya huko Putin. So kuna wale wana feel wao wanataka kuwa part of hii communism ya Putin.
Yes.
Na kuna wale majority wana feel they need their sovereignty, wakuwe independent. Unanielewa? Na kuna hii Kyiv ni a traditional kind of city ya wa Russia. Hao watu wote walikuwa USSR. Hao watu wote wanajuana kwa vilemba. So hiyo ndio shida iko pale. But wacha niambie also kitu moja. Ukraine has been ready to sign the deal with the US government, lakini shida ni they have to be, what he's saying is that he has to know whether there has to be guaranteed whether the ceasefire or the end of the war will be respected by Russia. That one they cannot guarantee unless military ya US iko presence pale Ukraine. Naye Trump naye amesema hakuna vile, initially alikuwa amesema hakuna vile American soldiers wataenda kwa foreign land. Unajua hapo sasa ndio kuna conflict, kuna policy conflict. Trump, America imekuwa wiki withdraw majeshi zake all over the world, so hakuna vile wanataka tena kudeploy majeshi kule Ukraine. So he has a point, but we wait to see what really happens in that scenario. Jamaa, turudi code 254, turudini code 254 tukimaliza show. Nafikiri tumepiga 3 hours rasmi. Tumalize show. Anything that you want to tell Kenyans? We have touched on so many areas, including the coming elections, the 2027 issues of IBC. Mise or Darius, somebody can go first. Anything as we wind up?
Mimi naweza sema very shortly. Kile naweza sema saizi nimecheki watu wengi sana wamejihesabia kura side za watu wa Gen Z, lakini nafikiri mimi nikiwa mzazi wa Gen Z na nafikiri most of you mmejua hao watoto si wale watu wenye watu wanafikiria. Niliona hata Gachagua akiwahesabia 4 milioni, sijui 5 milioni. Hao watu hii siku ile kutafunguliwa voter registration, kuna need kukuwa na civic education ya maana. Unajua Kenya ile shida inafanyika saa hizi, hakuna civic education. Tumeishi country tukieka vidole zetu kwa vitu zenye hata hatuja explainiwa ni nini. Civic education na ndi hawa watu wajui power yenye wako nayo. Wanafikiri kwanza hao walikuwa wanaenda kama maandamano wakiona ni raha. Ati wanaanza kucheza muziki hapo mpaka mwingine amekuja na speaker. Unajua kuna the main part of it. Hata iko hapa states nimecheki. Unaona mbona ujamaa alikuwa sure atashinda? Hawa zao wanatolewa mpaka nursing home waende kupiga kura. Mavijana wako hapo wanadunda. Ati wana shows, juu wanapiga show hapa downtown. Unajambia Saizi vijana wanafaa kujua sisi tuliwest ujana wetu hivyo. Unaona wakina Orengo akiwa university wakiarestiwa, sisi tulikuwa tunaona kama wanatupigania, si lazima tufanye kitu, badala tuchukue kura. Unaona, so kama watu hiyo wanaweza patiwa civic education, wachukue kura, kwa sababu watu, mimi napenda sana vile wanapiga kura, wapigi kura kiukabila. Tunaweza kuwa na hope na hii nchi the next 20 years or maybe even 30. Tu bado kuna ujinga tu bado iko hapa sana ya ukabila, hata unaona tu mtu mwenye anajifanya ngezi mkabila kwa aligned kiasi na mtu wa kwao, unajua hiyo kitu imetukula sana. Na unajua sisi relatively tukiwa Kenya tulikuwa tunakunga referred kama the middle class society. Sisi ndio tumekuwa the biggest disappointment kwa country yetu, sikudanganyi. Unaenda place kama Nairobi, unapata mama mwenye amesoma mpaka kuna PhD anapigia Sakaja kura kwa sababu kuna dimples, anaacha mtu mwenye anaweza fanya job. yani
Sakaja anapigwa kura juu yako na dimples.
Walikuwa wanasema hata walikuwa wanapiga picha zake tu, jamaa wa dimples.
Alado anapigwa kura juu ana utambi.
Ama kuna mtu wa middle class anaenda kupigia Alado wa kura ati kwa sababu ufuata Raila. Mani jamaa illiterate, hakuna kitu anaweza wasaidia.
You're so right.
So middle class imetudisappoint sana. Na unaona watu wamekataa kufanya job, wanataka kujiandika job. So hawa watu wakiweza kueduketiwa, tunaweza tukarudisha Kenya kwa situation kama ya TZ. Unajua TZ mtu ashindangi juu ya kabila yake, unaona, but sisi tumekuwa every day tunaanza kujirudisha hivi. In fact the only democratic people in Kenya ni Waluya. Sisi unapata, mimi kwanza ndo nakashifigi mkubwa wetu wa Waluya wetu, hatuwawekagi. Utapata Boni Halwale ndio anapigaga Musalia, hizo tunakuaga hivyo. Sasa hii ndio mara ya kwanza Wajaluo wanapiga Raila. Otherwise walikuwa yes sir, hata kama amekosea yes sir, unajua. So unaona kama kitu yenye babu anafanya saizi, I really encourage it, kwa sababu
ina create your balance.
Yes, ina create balance. Difference of opinion haimaanishi nyinyi ni maadui. Hata huyu mise apendagi kufuata vitu, mimi na muadvise na ni kijana wangu mdogo, lakini nikienda Canada mimi nambuy lunch, ni rafiki yangu. Difference of opinion haimaanishagi watu wanaweka siasa kwa roho. Hii si kitu ya roho. Na unajua Kenya Raila hata akikufa leo Kenya tutamkumbukia. Huyu jamaa kaki kitu kwa roho. Unaona sasa anashikana na Uhuru, tuna ile matusi huyu jamaa amemtukana ni kubwa. Unaona Uhuru mpaka leo amekataa kusalimiana na huyu jamaa mbele ya watu. Huyu Gachagua. Si Gachagua ndio usema ngata salimiana na Uhuru. Ushamuona naye? Huyu jamaa alikuwa anamtukana matusi kubwa. Ati nilikuwa nakuja unakunywa pombe bejikojolea sijui nini. Hata kama ni siasa shwali. Unaleta vitu zangu personal live aje kwa watu. But Raila utukano wake hata vile jatairi sijui nini, kesho atakuja kusalimia. Na hiyo mchawi mganga huyu mjamaa sijui alifanya nini. Yeye ametrai kuonyesha Wakenya na ni vile Wakenya waelewagi. Na nilikwambia Nick, unaona kama saizi Raila ameshindwa AU, hajawahi ongea, amerudi amekaa nyumbani. Kamera kila siku zinakimbia kwake. Kila siku. Nick ulikuwa newsroom. Unaingia newsroom wewe, camera 1. Kimbieni na Karen kwa Raila muone kama atatoka nje. Yani si unakumbuka? Unamfuata everywhere. Hata kama hajaongea baba, unafikiriaje kuhusu hii mambo juzi wale watu walikuwa wanajibishana huko White House? Yani wanataka huyu jamaa sipoongea.
Opinion yake. What's your opinion?
Huyu jamaa ni kubwa, huyu jamaa ni economy. Wacha nikwambie, nilikuwa nakwambia ukweli. Gazeti zilikuwa ziuzi. Hebu angalia vile sasa gazeti zinaenda. Budangu sasa ana gazeti 3. Standard, Nation na Kenya Times. Sijui Raila alikuwa ameacha kununua, sema hata gazeti hakuna kitu. Unanunua gazeti unapata Moses Kuria anaweza kufanya nunua gazeti. So hiyo Kenya mimi naweza nikaomba Wakenya wenyewe wanaweza kuwa wananisikia saa hizi, hawa watu wetu wapatie civic education. Sisi hatukuwa ipatiwa civic education. Mimi nikijuana na Mzalendo mara ya kwanza tulienda kupiga kura, Mzalendo alikwenda kupigia Raila, mimi nilikwenda kupigia Wamalwa 1997, ati kwa sababu huyu ni Mluya na huyu ni Mjaluo. Hata tukuwa na policy zao, hatukuwa na manifesto, tulikuwa tunashinda na kiubabe ya kabila yetu. Hebu angalia vile watu sasa ni wadosi. Mtu anaingia kwa kanisa anatoa 120 million. Mimi na Nick 120. Can you imagine yani? Mimi na Nick tunapigana hata kufikisha 1 million. Na watu wanapeana 120. Imagine. Sasa ndio ukae chini ujiulize.
Kanisa moja tu.
Na nataka Nick siku ile unaweka hizi manini zako ma clip. Tafuta clip moja huyu kijana anaitwa sijui Mgana. Alienda South Africa, kuna pale wazungu wa kutoka. Umeona hiyo clip ilikuwa ina trend? Mimi nilisikia hawakubali weusi waende hapo. Nilikubaliana nao. Na kuambia
huyu nani no hii province inaitwa Daba something
yes.
Daba hii ya Maafrikana.
Yes.
A government within a government.
Bas. Huyu jamaa ali explain vile system inawaka huko mazee, nikasema mazee, why can't we learn from these people? Alisema appointment ya magavana manini hiyo ni pro bono, hakuna kulipwa. Hebu imagine Kenya ufanye governor iko pro bono, nani atataka hiyo job? Awase kama unataka leadership role kwa hawa lami, jua unafanya kazi ya bure, unaweza ukalipwa allowance na mafuta yenye umetumia yako ya gari, lakini hauna mshahara. Kenya, mimi nilikuwa naangalia Kenya structure venye imekaa. Jamaa amekuwa governor miaka terms 2. Ule mkale anaitwa nani? Huyu ameiba pesa za watoto kwenda shule huko Canada. Mandago. Alafu unamaliza 2 terms, hauwezi simama tena, unaingia kuwa senator. Senator inafaa ku oversight governor. Sasa unaingia immediately, utaji oversight aje vitu zenye uliiba last time? Si yeye peke yake, kuna mwingine sijui Wajia alikuwa governor, amemaliza 2 terms, anakimbia na kuwa senator, kwa sababu hivi senator haina time limit. Lakini surely Nick, tukikubali wote ufanye kitu kaa hiyo, nani ata audit the government of Kericho or wapi penye umetoka kufanya? The same thing governor wetu wa Busia, mjinga sana ule Mteso, alikuwa nani huyu nani huyu, alikuwa gamewa mtoto wa Raila huyu, amekaa 2 terms na alikuwa amerig mpaka alirigiwa tuoma ati anajaribu kurudi kwa MP. Yani MP umekuwa governor unataka kurudi kwa MP, haikuonyeshi ni tamaa. Mimi nakwambia kama dream yangu inaweza kwa ukweli Kenya, hizi province zirudi venye Moi alikuwa ameziweka. Province 8 hii ujinga hii ujinga ya counties juu 1000 imanye tunalipa watu 350, tuko na pesa mingi aje?
Wewe unasema nini? 47 counties, 47 women rep, 47 senators, 350 MPs. MCA sijui ni ngiri ngapi?
Haiwezi. Nakwambia yani lazima kukuwe na lazima tujiongeleshe, tuambie tu before elections ya next time tuna amend hapa constitution hivi kila mahali, kwa sababu siku ile moja alikuwa na ma province peke yake. Kwani watu wa mashinani walikuwa wapati huduma? Sisi walikuwa napata huduma hata vizuri, hata kuliko na machief hao. Sasa hizi kuna sijui county nini, sijui county what, sijui nini, bado uko chini. Unaonanika watu umehesabu, bado kuna watu chini yao, na bado MCA walikuwa wanataka kwenda kujiongeza pesa juzi. Imagine hii nchi kwani na pesa mingi aje? Pesa yote tungefanyia nini? Unaona venye
wewe unasikia kwa nini watu wanataka kuingia kwa siasa?
Ni milking cow. Unaona kama saizi huyu jamaa hapa hivi, huyu venye alifunga hii USAID, Uhuru aliamka akasema ati kwani mnategemea huyu jamaa? Wewe mwenyewe ulitoka hapo kama hujajenga health sector. Kwa nini kocha nikuulize, mbona watu wa AIDS huko mtaani ati wanategemea Meru itupatie chapa? Mimi si nakumbuka nilifanya job kwa hizo NGO Kisumu. Nikukula tu pesa. Huyu jamaa adanganyi upande USAID, anasema ukweli.
Watu kwa na madinga mingine, ukiona magari zile wako nazo.
Accountability hakuna manzi. Umechukua pesa za hizi unapatia nani hiyo kitu? Gava inafaa. Alafu kitu ilikuwa shocking, huyu Morara niliona kionyeshana. Gava kwa kila budget imekuwa kiaka 60 billion 6 billion ya kwenda kwa watu wa AIDS na ARV. Na bado kuna USAID inaleta hiyo pesa.
All the counties au kulaga hiyo do. Governor wako unaona kwa counties kulikuwa na hii inaitwaje, kuna hii organization ya Finland inakuaga kwa makaunti sana. Kuna Danida, kuna also Danida, kuna hiyo USAID. Ukienda huko mashinani utazipata. Now when the county government is doing a budget, wanajua donation ikitoka USAID inatoka so much, they factor in that budget, wakipretend ile pesa ya national government ikikuja, hiyo pesa hii pesa ya Danida sometimes it is not in sometimes haiko in cash form, sometimes it is medical supplies na nini na madawa, but it is translated to so much worth of billions of medicine supplies that is ndio wanakuja nazo. Sasa hata hiyo pesa wanaleta tu hiyo dawa, but hiyo dawa tena wanaiuza. Na ile pesa inatoka national government, hiyo wanaisosi Auditor General akikuja anaambiwa, hey boss, sisi chapa pesa tulinunua nayo madawa. And that is the way unaangalia matajiri wote sahi county, kwa county ni watu wanafanya kwa county government. The executive, those are the ones who own hotels. Ukienda huko kwenye Busia, hotel ile noma kabisa is either owned by the governor or a politician who works in the county government. And that is how they are stealing from us. So we need to wake up to angalia devolution, is it really working for us or it is working for a few individuals? Ndio nasema politics it's a cabal, including all the political players. Wenye political parties zote wanna work together to ensure that they milk the taxes zile sisi tunalipa. Mise, your closing remark, namamaliza show. Mise.
Yeah, I think for me tumeongea maneno yote. Let's hope for the future. But Darius, I wanted to tell you that immediately after I finished high school, we started martial arts. We used to train martial arts.
Hey.
And besides training martial arts, we gathered youths. So we used to, tunaandika plays, tukaanza ku act set books. Wewe unajua bwana vile tuliharakishwa na serikali. Yeah?
Hey.
And we used to do like civic education, AIDS, HIV and AIDS awareness through skits and so forth. And it is us just who mobilized ourselves, and we just said we just finished high school and we don't want to be idle. Tuliambiwa you're training criminals. Askari walikuwa wanakuja every day wanatufukuza, and wanatufukuza ni kwetu kwa
ilikuwa special branch
kwa nyumba yetu. Yeah? Mpaka that's why I'm telling you the civic education will not work. The civic education, the GNCs are now privileged that we have. This is what we are doing here is civic education, okay? And they can greatly benefit from these forums, the social media, because during our time we were not privileged to have this. We could only communicate either in person or by writing a letter or by reading a gazette or listening to KBC or VOK, right? So nowadays they can use any social media platform, and they can air and connect within a short period. And it is in their best interest to know that the country needs them more than we need it. Okay, so until we understand, there's something I like about America. No matter what, America, they say America first. You understand? America first, and that's what they believe in. So when and how are we going to say Kenya first? When are we going to put our country first? Ukiangalia from a selfish standpoint, the conversation between President Trump and Zelensky, you will appreciate that President Trump is fighting for his own people, for his own country. Okay? At the end of the day, he wants the best for his country. When will we have leaders who would want the best for our country? When will we have leaders who are going to say, Kenya first? Kenya was most respected out here, Awesome. No, I didn't finish. I didn't finish high school during Kibaki. I finished high school during Moi's time. I'm not that young. How, Darius, when will we have people who will put the country first and not themselves first?
Very hard. Okay?
If we had people who put the country first, they will put infrastructure first. They will put healthcare first. They will put everything, social amenities and other programs that zinasaidia. Wakati wa Moi hata tulikuwa na maziwa, and I think Moi put the country first, you know, despite the fact that he had his own, you know, challenges here and there, he put the country first because alipatiana maziwa. Nani anakupea? Serikali sasa hii inakupea nini? What has the government given you for free? Instead, the government is just taking from you. So that is why we want, in the future, we want to have leaders who remember. And this is why I wanted to tell the people that we need to understand. So that is why we are saying we need people who recognize that hii mali yote tunatafuta mzalendo, tutakufa na tutaiwacha hapa, right? Hey, how you doing?
I've got a persisting problem with your JBL speaker. I need to stop.
Just give me 1 second. I'm
give you 1 second. I'm being inconvenienced. You're asking me for a second.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it with you.
Oh, just give me a second. Yeah.
Make it stop or I will.
Hey, hebu nisikie neighbor wangu anafanya nini, anasema nini.
Okay, basi tutafanya kesho. Tumalize.
All right.
Nick, thanks bwana. Mimi tutaongea kesho, si ndio?
All right, Mr. Thank you very much. Unakumbuka hilo city ilikuwa inaitwa Oria?
Oria. Hebu tafuta hiyo video.
And I edit kiasi tu watu ione.
Topic ya kesho chiki venye governance. Sikia huyo mzungu vitu anasema, hata wajakataza watu wa black. Unajua sisi tuko na shida sisi. Hata unaona ngapa hivi kuna time walami utuondokea. Nick, ukiacha mlango wazi, msemo mweusi anafikiria vile ataiba. Unajua, mentality yetu ni wrong. Unajua?
No, hao wazungu kuna ejile wako nayo ile lazima tu appreciate. Kuna vile
wanatushinda.
Wewe unakumbuka mtaani wewe unakumbuka hizo mtaa kama Umo, kina Buru, kina Jeri, kuna hizo manyumba zilikuwa ziko na namba. Mpaka tulikuwa na hawa jamaa wanakuja collect takataka kama hapa US.
Manzi.
Bean zile matruck za bean zina circle takataka
zilikulwa zote. Manyasi zilikuwa zinakamkukatwa na
manyasi. Wewe tukicheza beta inaitwa beta yani pale Buru you know pavement ziko well tarmacked pale watu wanatembea.
Unajua Nick unajua zingine musema nini? Musema hata tungekuwa tu wakoloni wangebaki tu yani. Kwa sababu sasa
I have told people 100 times Kenya did not need to get independence in the 1960s. Tungepata independence hapa 1997 98 hapo we would be very much ahead. Mwafrika unampatia uongozi anafikiria kujenga manyumba sijui ngapi. Kujenga manyumba ngapi?
Hebu angalia South Africa venye waliwachwa. Wameharibu vitu but bado mtu akienda hapo wako juu, unajua? Wako sawa.
Wako mbele yetu kabisa. Mimi nakwambia hao wazungu kuna vile tu wametushinda tu mahali. Hakuna ti uonga manini. Mwafrika kuna kitu. Yani there is just something about us that is not right. Ungekuja Nairobi pale wakoloni walituacha. Pale wakoloni walituacha. Ai boss. Drainage system was there. That drainage system was not the city planning tu ya Nairobi yenyewe ilifanywa na mzungu. Yeah, planning alone. Aya Mwafrika alikuja akaanza kufanya nini? Estate kama Umoja akaanza kujenga magorofa, playground zile zilikuwa hapo za watoto, ameenda akanyakua, ameenda sijui akafanya nini. Mzungu was not there. Hakukuwa hapo. Then we blame the mzungu for some of these things. Sometimes we blacks we have a problem. Especially Kenya hapo tuko na shida. Wewe umepatiwa uongozi. Then Makiadi yeye kitu anaangalia ni aishi Karen. Akwe na nyumba Karen, akwe na nyumba Dubai, akwe na nyumba inaitwaje hii mahali nyingine Mombasa Coast, na akwe na nyingine Ushago, na akwe na nyingine hapa katikati ya Nakuru hapa pia kuna nyumba yake nyingine yeye ulala. Huyu ni binadamu aina gani? mi nataka tu mniambie who is this kind of person. Yani wewe unazala Mombasa uko na nyumba, Nakuru uko na nyumba, Dubai uko na nyumba, Morocco pia uko na nyumba, na wewe ni Mkenya. Haya, ukienda kwa village huko, jirani wake hata ana maji ya kukunywa, hata stima hana. We are jokers, man. Sisi ni tuna upuzi ingine sisi wa Afrika. So me I always say that mtu hata akiniambia mambo ya ukoloni, we needed Wakikuyu walituletea shida. Hao wazungu wakekaa hapa kidogo mpaka 1990 ndio tupate independence. Tungekuwa mbele ya South Africa mbaya sana. There would have been some order in Kenya. Hata siasa tungekuwa tunapiga vitofauti sana. Our schools would have been very much improved. The national schools that mzungu aliwacha ndio zile. Yeah. Naona Makiadi ameingia. Makiadi. Makiadi, what do you want to say?
Yeah. Sorry, unajua drop nilienda. Unanisikia?
Yeah, nakusikia.
Niliondoka kidogo, poleni, lakini nimerudi. Wacha niseme namna hii. Mzalendo wakati mwingine I think we overrate mzungu kama wa Afrika. I think mzungu is overrated sometimes because I look at some success stories especially kwa countries za wazungu na ninaangalia ninaona what are they doing differently ambayo sisi wa Afrika tufanye. Because if you, for example, if kama uko US ama umetembea US, you can tell mostly ya wazungu hata walimu wao kwa university ni wa Afrika. Most of the people ambayo wako kwa very important positions ambao si wazaliwa wa hapa wamefanya by merit. Unakuta mostly watu educated kwa hizi institutions wenye hawajatengenezewa njia ya kufika mahali wako ni watu weusi. So hata tukisema mzungu angekaa Kenya miaka ingine ngapi, sioni kama kungekuwa na tofauti, because mzungu pia alikuwa anajichunga. Ile shida tuko nayo kama Afrika ni mentality yetu kivyetu. We tusi overrate mzungu tufikirie mzungu wako different. I think zile shida mzungu wako nazo pia ukikaa chini uangalie, na sitaki kupeana example kwa sababu mimi nashindanga kila wakati nikiongea nikisikia mzungu ninaangalianga wale watu wanaitangwa shingo nyekundu. Ukitafsiri hiyo kwa kizungu utajua na maanisha nini. Shingo nyekundu, wale watu ambao walichagua ujamaa wa kofia nyekundu.
Huo jamaa tumeongea juu yake.
Yeah, sikupata hiyo ka section mkiongea, lakini nakwambia hao jamaa shingo nyekundu walichagua ujamaa wa kofia nyekundu are the same people. Hiyo same problem wenye wako nayo saa hii is the same problem tunakuanga nayo Kenya. Hiyo kitu inaitwa herd mentality. Na the problem, na ndio nilikuwa narudi tu, I hate to repeat myself, narudi tu nasema problem ya kitu inaitwa democracy ni hii. Democracy, tukiwa watu 10, watu 6 waamue ku make a wrong decision, hiyo decision yao mbaya ita affect watu 4. So we have a total of 10 people, 6 decide to go the other way, they do a wrong thing, they make a wrong decision, it affects the remaining 4. Hiyo ndio makosa ya democracy, na ndio inatusumbua saa hii. Mzalendo, we have to start thinking as Kenyans ya kwamba if at all tunaweza kuja na system ambayo inaweza toa kitu inaitwa tribal voting blocks from our country, maybe hapo ndio tunaweza anza kujisaidia, sababu ile kitu imetusumbua mpaka saa hii ni kitu inaitwa tribal voting blocks, ya kwamba 2 big tribes zinaweza kaa together, zisikizane, ziandike MOU, alafu zichague mtu. Huyo mtu atakiwa ni mbaya, the worst, atakuja make decisions ambazo zina affect wale watu wengine wote. Na kwanza wakati wa Kenyatta, kama wa Kenya tumepitia the same problems. Kenyatta alikuwa anaongea juu ya umaskini, ugonjwa, ukosefu wa elimu. Kibaki akakuja, Moi akakuja akaongea juu ya the same things, umaskini, ugonjwa, nini. Kibaki the same thing. Na sasa saa hii after having independence for over 60 years, we are still talking about umaskini, tunaongea juu ya ugonjwa, tunaongea juu ya ujinga, na bado we can't find a way to solve this. So mahali tunaelekea as a country, Kenya, I think there must be a fundamental shift from the way that we designed our system to work. It is not working. And let me tell you, Kenyans ukiangalia kwa Africa, ndio almost seme over 50% naweza sema, at least over 50% ni watu educated. Kenyans wako na masomo, kama ni kusoma wa Kenya wamesoma sana. But we have decided as a country to let the people in leadership kuwa ni wale watu uncouth, wale watu ambao they do not care about anything else but themselves. And this is going on. It is going to affect even our, wacha hata wenye tunaita watoto wetu sahi, hata watoto wa watoto wetu. Ukiangalia mtu anafanya makosa, anapatia mtu kiti for 10 years. That's like a half of a generation. Then we talk about how we are going to rectify this mistake for 9 years. Then after 9 years, we go to another election cycle, tuna repeat another emotional voting. Tunapiga na kifua kupunish mtu. Alafu tena, tunaingia kwa serikali, it takes us another 9 years, mzalendo, ku repair that mistake. So, hakuna kazi inafanyika hapa. Watu ni kuiba tu. I mean, you should look at the numbers that the Auditor General is throwing around, mzalendo. Inasemekana, for sijui ni 6 months ama ni last 5 months, serikali may withdraw 1.3 trillion Kenyan shillings. If my numbers are wrong, enda Google. 1.3 trillion Kenyan shillings ambazo Auditor General hawezi kupoint a finger aseme serikali ilikuwa na 1.3 trillion shillings ilikuwa imewithdraw na ilifanya kazi hii. Hakuna. So people wanaiba, na ni vile unaongea mambo ya manyumba, my friend. Saa hii wale watu wako kwa politics saa hii ni millionaires na billionaires. Uliona Kimani Ichung'wah juzi akisema he is worth over $1 billion. Hey, brother, Kimani Ichung'wah amekuwa kwa MP for I think in term yake ya 3 kama sijakosea. So if you've been an MP with a mere salary of 1 million Kenyan shillings a month, where do you get $1 billion shillings in assets? Hana kampuni ambayo unaweza sema ana manufacture kitu, hajawahi discover kitu, haja patent anything, but he is worth over $1 billion shillings. Simply because hawa watu ile kitu wameamua ni kuiba. Wacha tuibe, let's just steal, because ule mtu ako pale at the top hajali, kwa sababu hata yeye ni deal maker, ako pale kutengeneza pesa. So whatever happens below him, as long as anapata kati yake, hataki kujua. So mzalendo, country yetu saa hii mahali imeenda, hata vijana wadogo wenye ulikuwa unafikiria. There was a time I used to look at Sakaja na Mtula Kilonzo when they were still senators. Nilikuwa naangalia jamaa nasema these might be the future of our country. And your jamaa maybe tunaweza tegemea in the future, mmoja kwe president, mwingine akwe deputy. These people wako na ability ya kubadilisha nchi yetu. Little did I know. Saa hizi uangalie ile vitu Sakaja anafanya. I cannot even call him, yani hata kumuita governor ni kama kumkosea heshima. Somebody who is running a capital city of a country like Kenya, anatuma watu wake wakanjo waende wamwage garbage garbage kwa streets, ati kwa sababu wamekosana na Kenya Power. Wanaenda wana block sewage ya Kenya Power. The same thing yenye ulikuwa unaona tu ni kama ile kuita Zelensky ukuje kumtukana mbele ya TV ya watu kwa TV. It's the same thing that is happening in our country. Na unajua ndio unasema these ni mavijana leaders mashupavu, watu ambao you cannot say hawakusoma, walisoma hata kama alipitia sijui university gani ile Uganda. Tunaassume ako na degree mahali, anaweza kuwa alitoa ushamba kidogo.
Alisoma hata St Mary's bana.
Alisoma, yeah, alisoma
alisoma St Mary's na bado amefanya mpaka form 6.
Amesoma St Mary's, alienda sijui university gani, alikuwa ameitwa Nairobi. That is a brilliant guy. You would have assumed wakati Sakaja walikuwa pale Senate na Mtula Kilonzo wakiongea, wanasema huyu jamaa siku ile atakuja kuwa president, na huyu jamaa siku ile atakuja kuwa deputy president, one of them. Hii country ita change, because walikuwa naonekana ni progressive leaders. Yani ni watu hata wakiongea unaona wako na maono kwa country. But
they are very articulate, sharp in whatever they are saying.
But we were wrong because they were not in a position to steal. If you ask people right now, people who know the governor of Nairobi, and I don't want to be sued because I don't know, nitaweka disclaimer niseme do not quote me anywhere. This guy anajulikana vile amenunua mali Dubai. Do not quote me anywhere. Inasemekana
wengi bana, tunasikia maruma, sasa tutazisema tu.
People have invested, watu wameinvest pesa za wizi ngambo.
Wewe Makiadi unasema tini governor peke yake. All these politicians unawaona, kwa nini wanaenda Dubai sana? They have got homes in Dubai, in the most expensive suburbs in Dubai. Wako na manyumba. Nasikia kuna governor sahi amenunua hoteli Rabat, Morocco. Unaongea juu ya Dubai. Wao jamaa amenunua 5-star hotel, unasikia? Ameenda nanunua cash, we shika hii, na ameandika Waarabu kazi, alafu anakuja hapa bado yeye ni governor.
Alafu you know that's just one part of leadership where these governors wanaenda wanaiba wananunua. But look at this from this angle. Yeah, governors ambao wana hang on to the courts of a leader simply because wanajua they will not be answerable to anybody. They fund the lifestyle of that leader. When the leader is doing things zenye ziko nini, wanapeana pesa, wanasema enda ukafanye. Alafu hakuna mtu anaweza question because ataonekana anaenda against a party. Enda uangalie maendeleo yenye imefanyika kwa hizo county zao. Zero. Now these are the guys in the 1992s wenye tulikuwa tunasema these are progressive leaders. Hawa ni watu ambao wanaweza change nchi yetu. I want to speak this specifically nikipoint watu kama akina Orengo. Mtu kama Orengo in Siaya County, I have friends who come from Siaya. They are telling me the only thing Orengo amefanya county ya Siaya ni kuweka roundabout peke yake. Hakuna maendeleo ingine yoyote mtu kama Orengo amefanya. And you know, mtu kama Orengo, the first thing he did as a governor ni kuchochea deputy wake angolewe kwa kiti. Wakangangana mtafaruku sijui nini, kiti imenunuliwa. Kiti ya deputy governor inanunuliwa 1.5 million. Deputy governor alikuwa anaitwa sijui nani, what was his name? I think alichomolewa, sijui kama bado ako kazini ama kesi yake ilifikia.
Hakuchomolewa, si Senate Timokoa, huyo deputy governor, you know, he was supposed to run for governor.
Yes.
Bado yuo waga. But I think nowadays they are working together. Now in the same county where the former governor is also a senator. Is now a senator. The former governor in Siaya, the former governor was called Rasanga. Is he a senator or is he a minister?
Rasanga.
No, Burundi senator.
No, Burundi is the senator for Siaya. Burundi is the senator.
Now in that county, huyo Rasanga huyo, siku exam, you know what he did with millions of shillings? Alitengeneza exam ya mock, akaweka picha yake kwa karatasi za mock za watoto wote in the school, donated by the governor of Siaya, na picha yake na nini to be supplied in the whole county for exam. These guys are terrible. In my own county where I come from, there was one guy called Awiti. Him used to just dance anjawa hizi ngoma za Kijaluo Orutu in Kisumu. His office was in Kisumu, na asubuhi analetewa check kwa club ana sign, hata kwa anajua na sign nini. But the only good thing that he started was a stadium, and he started that factory that Raila was opening the other day, inaitwa Kigoto factory, of which is dead.
Was
and Gladys Wanga
the factory?
Yeah, that unga factory. Can you imagine Makiadi, that unga factory never even operated for a month? It didn't even, hata kuna machine iliwaka hapo ati nini, ilikuwa tu ni PR. Ilikuwa tu ni PR exercise, and inakuja in front of the camera, everybody anashangilia bana, manze tuko na governor mnoma kabisa, like Kigoto. Say they don't even talk about it. That factory, according to what ile pesa imeshawekwa hapo, it's almost $1 billion. It's going to $1 billion.
But you see, Mzalendo, that's exactly what I'm saying here. Somebody like Gladys Wanga, regardless of what Gladys Wanga does or does not do, nobody's going to question Gladys Wanga. Nobody's going to put Gladys Wanga's feet on the fire because of non-performance, simply because Gladys Wanga is now like the chairperson wa ODM.
Yeah, ni chairperson. Utasimama naye aje.
You cannot go against Gladys Wanga in ODM unless you want to lose your seat, you want to be impeached, or you don't want to be nominated next time. So you cannot talk anything negative about Gladys Wanga. Now, you see, these people, the governors were ODM. 90% of the governors were ODM. Hakuna kazi wanafanya sahi, ni kuzunguka na Raila all over the place. And they are doing nothing. Ukiangalia zile county zao, enda uangalie maendeleo. And we can go county by county tukisema huyu ni governor wa ODM, ni nini amefanya. Go to Mombasa, hakuna kitu amefanya. Enda Kakamega, hakuna kitu amefanya. Enda Vihiga, hakuna kitu amefanya. We are not even talking about
ni masherehe ndio wanafanya.
It's no longer an issue of Luo Nyanza peke yake. It's no longer an issue of Luo Nyanza peke yake. It's an issue that is going on around the country. Now, that is just ODM. Now, the president's party itself, UDA, if you go to Rift Valley and look at what the governors are doing right now, zero. The governor of Nandi, corruption. Governor of Wasinigishu, corruption. These people are doing literally nothing. And there's one governor ambaye anaitwa Irungu Kang'ata. Mimi sitaki kujua kama ni PR. Mimi sijui kama ni PR ama sitaki kujua kama ni PR.
Huyo jamaa anafanya kazi bwana.
That guy anachapa kazi.
Ukaambiwa sasa Makiadi, huyo mtu ndiye anafaa kuwa president wa Kenya.
Irungu Kang'ata amejidistinguish as a person who is not interested in politics right now. You know the problem with us Kenyans ni huwa tunafikiria elections ziko kesho. Kila wakati. Hata tukimaliza election jana, we start preparing for the next election. And that is what is going on right now. Watu wameachana na kufanya kazi, wameanza election. These movement zote za kina Rigathi Gachagua, sijui ya kina Kalonzo Musyoka, hizi vitu zote ni vitu za 2027. Now, the excuse that somebody who is in power right now will give to us after 5 years of doing nothing, atatuambia hawa watu walikuwa wananisumbua singeweza kuperform. That has been the language for the past 20 years. Baada ya Kibaki tu kumaliza kazi yake namna hii, Kibaki kazi yake anaweza enda kupointia hii nilifanya. Now after Kibaki wasema opposition, the noise of Mzalendo. Wewe wakati unachukua kiti kama ya president, you know very well you must be kept in check. Na hii ndio kazi ya opposition. Na kama unafanya kitu mzuri, opposition hata ikipoint utasema, look, this is going to benefit our people. You cannot be going against the train kila siku. Unasukumia, you shove SHA, a system that is not working, down the throats of Kenyans. Kenyans wanaenda, mtu akona bill ya 100,000, SHA inatoa 20,000 peke yake. Hiyo ingine yote Mkenya anaambiwa jilipie mwenyewe. And it is not even like working everywhere. There are hospitals kwa our country saizi Hata ukiwaambia uko na hiyo kadi ya SHA, they will not agree. Uko you are under SHA, umekuwa covered, they will not agree kutibu, hawatakubali. So basically hata healthcare, it's on its knees right now. The country that cannot even provide basic healthcare for its people. The education sector is run by people. I don't know, mzalendo labda ni mimi peke yangu ninafikiria hivi. Ukikumbuka what a cabinet secretary, a minister used to be, zile enzi za kitambo. Minister alikuwa ni mtu ambaye alikuwa anajua kazi yake, ni minister, yani ni mtu hata akitembea mna acknowledge serikali imefika. Right now imekuwa ni rewarding of political rejects, watu ambao wamekataliwa kuchaguliwa na constituents, all that stuff ndio wanapatiwa viti. I can even ask you to name the ministers saizi, cabinet secretaries wa Ruto, utaniambia hata mmoja. Maybe wale walikuwa wakati wa Gen Z wakitolewa akina Murkomen.
We started the show like that, able to ambia watu we started that a long time, tukaambia watu wale walikuwa hapa initially, niambie tu at least 4 apart from our ODM, niambie 4 unajua cabinet secretaries.
Yeah, those cabinet secretaries wenye wamekuwa politicians ndio unaweza wataja. Those are the people you can
count. The rest they are not even known what they do. Hata they don't even come to the screen. Ni kama wanaogopa hata kusema to articulate what they are doing in their ministries.
And that is the tragedy.
But you know, Makiadi, we need to start talking the right things, and that is the language. Our politicians are the problem. Okay, we the voters are also the problem because we elect them. But we need to start emphasizing on the issues of development. Like unaona, we have singled out that Murang'a governor is doing a good job. Now the number ule mtu mwingine nimemwona anafanya kazi and ana politic at the same time. Ni huyu mama anaitwa wa Muchomba. Do you know, have you seen what that lady is doing in Gatundu constituency?
In
Githunguri. Oh my God. Akona feeding program ya all the primary school children. Now akona a clock, yani watch fulani wanavaa. Yeah? Wanavaa. Na hiyo watch they have another gadget, you scan it. The teachers, the matron ana scan kama mtoto amekula, they scan it as they provide for them schools in all the schools. Their canteen, wacha nikwambie mali hiyo chakula inatengenezwa kwanza ukiangalia. It is so clean, unadhani uko USA. Unadhani uko USA. Haya, my Homa Bay MP, Homa Bay town MP amejenga a magnificent office ya CDF next to a primary school that he went, Homa Bay Primary. Haina hata dirisha, hata floor ni haina, yani classroom zingine hata haina kioo, lakini CDF office ile kwa adjacent to hiyo iko na mpaka kioo, iko na kila kitu na security. So it is high time these political leaders, and I call them tribal leaders, wale wana lead political parties, they need to know that we are seeing what is happening. We are also seeing that these MPs depend on them to get those seats. Depend on the political leader to get those seats. Akikuja akishika mkono ya moja ati huyu ni mtu wangu, kama Raila yeye washikaga, huyu Junet tunamuona hapa na amefanya zero kwa watu wa Migori. Ukienda Uchilo yako doing a lot of nothing. Mwingine Homa Bay huko a lot of PR, unasikia mara akona conference ameita investors. Tangu tusikie mambo ya investments in Homa Bay mpaka wa leo we have not seen anything tangible, any investor, any mzungu ule amekuja hapo aka-invest. Hakuna. Now what they depend on right now is they are riding on the developments of the national government. Utasikia the development that is happening in ODM counties. We have lobbied the government to bring for us roads. The work of the government is to do that. That is nothing. Ruto is just doing his work. There is nothing that you're lobbying about. The government is to provide those roads. You can't lobby for them. That is the work of the government. But what are you doing with the development money that you are getting from the national government? Zero. Auditor General reports that, you know, in a county like Homa Bay, we went to see what development has been done with the money that they give them. We gave them nothing. Nothing. Oh, until we are finishing the projects that were left, na vitu kama hivyo. Ni uizi. These people are stealing massively. They are stealing massively. Hapo ukimwona kana wanatokea kwa screen wanasema Ruto 10 bila break. 10 bila break. But hiyo 10 bila break ndio kuficha ile maovu ile wanafanya katika the counties, which are very rotten. The counties are even more rotten than even the national government. Sorry to say that.
Yeah. So we still go back to the issue that we were talking about here, because the politics is bad. The politics supports mediocrity, and that is why you can be elected for one term, you end up doing nothing, and then at the end of that term, as long as you are, they call it fidelity to the party, as long as you obey and follow your party leader around and contribute and fund the lifestyle of certain members of that party, then you are politically correct. You can retain your seat. This thing is going to eat our country until such a day that we re-strategize how we elect people. Because sometimes I try to look at this from the direction of, what if we don't have political parties in our country? What if you don't have a political party in our country? Any political party. And we decide that it is a free field for all. Yeah?
Kila mtu
akuje mzalendo. You do not you do not have to be holding allegiance to anyone. We
don't need political parties. After all, we are funding them.
Correct. As long as you have an ID.
An ID, we contest.
You can contest for any seat. Obviously, I know some people watasema, crowded field, candidates, itakuwa expensive for such an election. But what is the cost of democracy? If at all tunaongeanga juu ya democracy. Hata saa hizi elections zinafanyika Kenya. If you go to any contestant, hata mzalendo tunapiganga kelele hapa tukisema ulisimama kiti. It is all about money. Na kama huna money, hautapatiwa hiyo certificate.
Wacha nikuambie vile naendaga. Unajua, first unaambiwa when you go for these elections, I'll talk about ODM. Unaambiwa yes, tunakupenda mzalendo, lakini huko juu umeangalia kuko sawa. So if you are so great like myself, huko juu kuko sawa, I was thinking like, are you supporting Baba to the maximum? Unamsupport, you know, his ideology? Are you in sync with his ideology? No, it is not that. Huko juu umetoa pesa gani vizuri, umeshikana nao official vizuri. So that is what it means. So huko juu ukishashikana nao vizuri, ndio unakuja sasa to another layer. Huko juu uko sawa, sawa, sasa tuongee. Lakini hapa chini pia uko sawa. Uko sawa means that mfuko yako imetosha. Yeah. Anybody who is coming to anybody you see in a rally in Luo Nyanza, any crowd that you see in a rally in Luo Nyanza, they will have to be paid. If you are a politician, Richard Makiadi, coming with the best policies, everything, kui jamani mclean, hakuna vile yani hata shaiba pesa ya mtu ama nini. So long as you don't have that money to give the locals ya kuwapatia waende nayo nyumbani, usiingie politics. And they tell you, politics is money. And you started this and you said, when you look at this crowd ya kina Kalonzo, nani yako na pesa kushinda Raila Odinga? Hakuna. Hii pesa uagania nini? Nani yako na pesa kushinda William Ruto? Hakuna. Pesa lazima ukuwe nayo ya mobilization. Lazima ukuwe nayo ya mobilization. Baba akikuja mahali huko kama politician, lazima umtengeneze hiyo crowd. Why do you think that Raila Odinga was saying they will support Sakaja in 2027, because you saw the crowd in Bomas, and who was in charge of mobilization? Sakaja. Atia amewaletea watu, and those people have to be paid at the end of the day. So our election is all about finances. So if somebody wants to bring change in the country, or change in any constituency, or in any seat that they are vying, they have to be first loaded. You see, even a learned person who knows the laws so well, somebody like Ojienda, you see him in Kisumu lining up people and Awapatia 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Now, how are you going to compete with somebody like that one? How are you going to compete with him? Because the electorate, they know all the language they only know is money. Ni kama huyu jamaa wetu hapa, huyu kofia nyekundu, ile lugha anajua ni pesa, hakuna kitu kingine. Wewe unaleta pesa, unataka kusupport, unatuletea pesa ngapi? Unaleta pesa ngapi kwa meza? You remember that guy who was from the US, ule alikuwa amenona kama mzalendo hivi, alikuwa amekuja bwana na dola, amekuja na pesa. The party leader used to sleep kwa nyumba yake huko New Jersey, akaenda ati anataka kucontest huko Kindube. Walimkula, wakamkula bwana. Huyo jamaa sijawahi muona mpaka sijui alishikwa na pressure ama nini.
Anaitwa nani huyo jamaa?
Unamkumbuka? But you remember him? Alikuwa amenona bwana, jamaa mbig, alikuwa every morning kwake ametoka na madola amezibadilisha. Sasa every morning the locals wanakuja, wanapitia kwa nyumba yake, gate amefungua wazi, anasimama kwa mlango, anapatia 1,000 1,000 1,000 1,000 wakienda 1,000 1,000 1,000 wakienda. When the election came when the nominations za party zilikuja, tinani anapewa ticket the incumbent ndiye alipewa ticket. Na hiyo pesa yako yote ulikuja nayo Marekani na usijui umefanya nayo nini, rudi huko Amerika pale umetoka.
Yeah, it is as simple as that.
Me, I could predict my own elections. I could predict that I'm going to lose. Na nikasema boss, hii game si Ethiopian Airlines ziko ticket niko nayo. Wacha ni watch kwa TV.
So the thing is, mzalendo, ile kitu tunasema ni hii. Elections zetu ni expensive for nothing.
Very, 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 very expensive.
Now, even our constitution, and I think IEBC has defined election kama election ambayo inafaa kuwa transparent. Transparent does not mean unaitisha 60 billion. And it's true. It's true. Kenya Darius alikuwa anasema hapa hivi. It's true, IEBC ime request 60 billion Kenyan shillings to run the next election. So you look at the money yenye inatumika kuchagua watu Kenya. The election tends to be even more expensive than some of the first world countries. Now, the system still iko na doubt because unatumia such nini, unajaribu kufanya election ikuwe tamper proof. But at the end of the day, even if you spend that money yote na mtu atoke kwa choo na full scap ameandika results, hizo ndio zitakuwa,
hata tupigane election na line za Safaricom.
Yes, hata wewe unatuma SMS.
Why can't we just send the Safaricom run elections?
The thing is, the problem is not the voter. The problem si voter. Voter anafanyanga kazi yake. The problem ni wale watu wanahesabu kura. The problem ni wale watu wanataka kumanipulate election results. Au ndio watu wanafanya tunakuwa na shida. Because kama tungekuwa tunasema ya kwamba the way you call somebody, unapiga simu kutoka kwa handset yako, you can still send a text from your handset, you can still vote electronically.
Yeah, you vote electronically and a story imeisha.
But then there comes another person in between where the results zinaenda kuwa tallied na mahali umepigia kura.
Hii ni kitu real time. Tunataka ni real time.
I am telling you, mzalendo, I am telling you, you can send a vote electronically na ipitie mahali ingine. Si ni servers. Eh? It is as simple as that. They will be redirected to another server and be cooked and then send one. It is hii ni kitu inafanyikanga Mzalendo. If you have an election,
nilikuwa nasema hivi, okay, sawa, hiyo inafanyika. Why can't we now involve the media to announce the results at the polling centers? Unaona vile ukienda kwa class, kama tulikuwa napiga kura kule BD Primary School. Ukienda BD Primary School unapiga kura, ukishapiga kura mnangojea hapo jioni polls zikifungwa mnangojea hapo zinahesabiwa nani amepata kura so much, president amepata kura so much hapa BD. Ndio hii wafuasi wake wanapiga kelele hapo BD. Media ina announce your results.
Lakini Mzalendo ukiongea hivyo inaonekana ni kama ulitoka Kenya kitambo sana. Kwa sababu mimi ninajua watu wanaendanga kwa police station, watu wanakatiwa ballot papers hata 3. I don't know if you know that.
No, unajua kwa nini haiwezi fanyika hivyo?
You know what I'm talking about, right?
I know that, but when you have when you have agents there and you have your agents, if I'm competing with you here,
my
if
brother,
I'm competing with you in the election, in that polling station, I will have an agent there who will be monitoring huyo clerk akipeana hizo mapol hizo
but I'm telling you this. You know what makes our elections very tricky is hata wewe ukiwa na agent Mzalendo na kuna kitu tunaita stronghold. Sijui kama umewaisikia hiyo jina inaitwa, you know, stronghold. Your agent is not even allowed into the polling station in your enemy's territory. Ya kwamba ukiwa na agent wako, wewe tuseme Mzalendo umezaliwa Rift Valley na unataka kutuma agents wako kwa competitors territory in Kiambu, anakatazwa hata kuingia kwa polling station. So that by virtue ya yeye kutoingia pale, wanapata opportunity ya kupatiana 3 ballot papers, 4 ballot
maximum papers. Yani tu wanasema tu maximum people vote. Exactly.
They just do that. And then at the end of the day hata ukisema uko na agent kwa polling station, ukora hiyo imefanyika yote kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni, hata akisimama hapo kura zihesabiwe, it makes
yeye mwenyewe ni corrupt,
kama yeye mwenyewe anunuliwe, it makes the
anunuliwe.
Yeah, exactly.
Hadi bana, wacha tumalize show bana, nimeshukuru sana.
Wewe nitaingia baadaye, leo nimechelewa, lakini it was a good
day. Wacha kupotea hivyo bana. Hebu niwachie namba yako hapo kwa nini kwa private chat ndio tuweze kuongea hata baadaye siku nyingine.
Nitakurushia namba. I think nilipewa namba yako, acha
nitumie tafadhali. Maze, thanks so much.
Okay,
thank you very very much for being part of this conversation. We have done 4 hours. We want to always to maximize it to 2 hours. Ndio tuongee vitu zile zinaweza tufaa. Hizi shows zinaenda 5 hours, 6 hours sometimes. As another content mzuri sana. But thank you guys for staying tuned to Africa. I hope that you have subscribed to our channel, and for those who have not subscribed, make a point of subscribing to Africa channel. This is the only place where you can get independent analysis of what is happening in the political arena. And I have been having my panelist here, Makiadi, who was here, and Darius, who was here a while ago. Thank you very much, Darius. Thank you, Mburu. Thank you, Mise, for being part of the show. Thank you. Who else? I've forgotten the name. But even if I did mention your name, Asante Sana for being part, or Wangira. Thank you very much for being a part of this discussion. Simba Nataya, you came in and jumped out. Asante Sana, I know you are listening on the background. Thank you guys so much for supporting Africa 24. Awesome, I can't thank you. Thank you a lot for being part of this discussion and ensuring that we have the right questions. I mean, yes, we need a small government. That is what we have been talking about each and every time. And everybody can be bought in Kenya, but we need to keep on having this civic education in Africa 24 so that we have informed choices when we are going to the ballot station. Otherwise, I've been your host, Mzalendo, holding on for Mburu, who has been here earlier on. And I hope you guys enjoyed the discussion. If you didn't enjoy the discussion, please tell us in areas that you want us to improve our programming, and we will definitely do so. Otherwise, nimeshukuru sana and asanteni, na mkuwe na usiku njema kule Kenya, asubuhi njema kule Kenya, na hapa Marekani pia tunaenda na kuwa na usiku njema, yani good night. Otherwise, thank you very, very much. For viewers who are watching Afrique for the first time, this is a political discussion show, but we have got various shows that come on Afrique. Right now, we have got Dimba l'Afrique, which comes on Monday. So Monday, get tuned to at 10 p.m. Kenyan time. We will have our new presenters, quotes, new panelists on that particular program. So make sure that you make a date with us. If you love the EPL League, hapo tutakuwa na a very, very good analysis. Otherwise, thank you very much for being part of this discussion. If you did like anything about what was discussed here, to our viewers on Afrique, are those who host and guests not necessarily reflecting our positions in Afrique. So kama ulikosewa hapa kwa hii station ya Afrique, tunakuambia pole sana. That is not the position of Afrique 24. So asante sana, karibu sana.
And